Morning, everybody. Today's date is January 4th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in Albany with video conferencing in New York City and Buffalo.
Hey, how are you?
This is also being live streamed on the State Liquor Authority's YouTube channel. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Van, Commissioner Ford, and before we go any further, Chairman, we'd like to make an announcement.
I'm going to take this off so people in Buffalo can hear me for a second. So, as you know, Tom Donahue has been currently acting as the acting Deputy Commissioner of Licensing, and as you can see, Donald Roper has been assisting him in his secretary duties as well. This may be good news or bad news, I guess, depending on how you look at it, but Tom has been promoted to Deputy Commissioner of Licensing permanently, and Donald has been promoted to Secretary permanently. So we thank them both for taking on that additional responsibility and look forward to them working in the future.
It's good news for Donald.
Yes. Yeah, he's away from you, right?
So, with that said, thank you.
No, I do have one other announcement as well. I think particularly people who work in the industry are aware that a bill was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor that allowed temporary permits within the boundaries of the city of New York for the first time, which they should be applauded for, both the legislature and the governor, because it's obviously going to help new businesses open much quicker. And there has been, that bill as signed did not allow applicants within 500 feet of 3 other establishments to pursue a temporary permit. There has been an agreement to an amendment of that bill by the governor and the legislature, so once again, they should be applauded for this, that will allow people within the 500-foot law to apply for a temporary permit within New York City. That amendment was agreed to by the legislature and the governor, and we expect that to be put on the legislative calendar expeditiously, and then taken up by the legislature expeditiously as well, and also to be passed. So what we have done is prepare our procedures as if that bill will be passed, with the expectation that we will be allowed to give temporary permits to applicants who are within 500 feet of 3 or more other establishments. There are limits on what the applicants will be allowed to do while they're on the temporary permit. Those are on our website. That does explain that. There is a memo on our website, and I also believe the governor's office put out a press release to this effect at least a couple weeks ago. But once again, we do expect that to pass within the coming days or weeks, and that's why our procedures appear to be accepting temporary permits for people within the 500-foot law. So we're going to continue down that road with the expectation that we're going to be allowed to do that in the near future.
The guidance and the links to the new forms, both the temporary permit application form and the new municipal notice form that would have to be used, will be on the, I don't think they're on the website at this minute, but they will be, if not later today, then by tomorrow. And also there will be, because of related changes, there'll be a new 500-foot hearing notice and a new questionnaire also available.
And once again, I want to applaud the legislature and the governor. This is obviously going to be a great help in New York City in opening businesses much, much quicker than previously that are seeking liquor licenses. That's it, Donald.
All right, so moving on, staff in attendance, General Counsel Meyerhoff, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing, Donahue, and myself, Secretary Roper. Next meeting dates are January 19th, February 2nd, and February 16th. Please silence your mobile phones while in the meeting room and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Also, please, per the governor's current COVID guidance, keep your mask on at all times, even when you come up to speak. When you're items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, starting no earlier than 10:30, New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium, identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. So presentation time will be limited to 5 minutes per side. If there is support and opposition to a matter, please discuss amongst yourself how to split the 5 minutes for your side. Any other announcements? We'll start in Buffalo with item number 00041, Himalayan Liquor and Wine Store Incorporated.
Morning, Tracy Jones. I'm here with a representative of the applicant, Ben Monger. This is an application for a small liquor store in a newly built plaza in West Henrietta. There are other liquor stores in Henrietta, but none for at least 3 miles. This is a brand new.
Can I stop you there, just to check, is there opposition there?
There's no opposition.
Okay, go ahead. We did get one letter, just so the record's clear.
Okay, I had made a FOIL request. I didn't get a copy of that to respond to it.
It's the closest stores, just saying there's enough stores. There's nothing earth-shattering in the letter, but they do protest.
Okay.
Because they're right.
So again, this is a small liquor store. They're not going to do any delivery, any internet. They have about 1,000 square feet worth of space. They're looking to have a small family-owned operation, and what sets them apart is this is an ethnic store. It will obviously serve the full public, but the owners are specifically looking to serve the Bhutanese and the Nepalese refugee community. The owners are members of the community and speak the language, and they're going to carry some products that are geared towards that ethnic community that are used in their religious ceremonies and things not widely available in the other liquor stores in Henrietta.
Is that the applicant next to you?
This is the applicant next to me.
Good morning, all the judges. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ben Monger. I'm an applicant of Himalayan Liquor and Wine Store Inc. on liquor license.
Why do you want to get in the liquor business?
I have dreaming to open a liquor store business for so long time because my parents used to sell alcohol back in Nepal, so I'm kind of really interested on it and want to do something new in liquor business in the future for the entire life.
Do any of your family members own a liquor store?
Yes, Chairman Bradley, back in Nepal.
Back in Nepal?
Yes.
It's my understanding that no one in his family owns a liquor store here in the United States.
Can you just expand on the concept of an ethnic store?
The fact that it is a community where not a lot of people speak Nepalese or any of the local languages, and they have difficulty sometimes navigating because of language barriers. So they're looking to have a store that will specifically serve that community. So they
And what is
certainly
the
have.
size? What is the size of the Nepalese immigrant population in this area? Do you have a ballpark figure?
I do not. I do know that they did put in some letters of support. It is the largest community. It was an entire center. They have relocated into Rochester. It's a community that's been here for 10 years. It is well served and established with a lot of community programs specifically for this community. And West Henrietta in particular is one of the residential centers where most of them are living. Certainly
So
not all.
You're asking us to open an ethnic store that's specifically geared to serve an ethnic community, yet you have no idea how many people actually live there in this community.
I apologize, I don't have that number with me.
I bet I
I'll-
can find it in about 3 seconds on the internet. I'm not gonna, but that's how much work it would have took.
They have provided,
Does he have any idea? Because I assume that your selection is going to appeal to the demographic that you want to appeal to. So does he know how many potential people are going to shop at his store? Because otherwise you just,
Yes, Commissioner Lily, it may be around 700 to 800.
700 to 800?
Yes, Commissioner Lily.
Hence why they didn't find out how many were there.
And you think 800 people are going to support the business of a liquor store?
I had talked with head of the Nepalese, and he said that they're gonna support.
You've talked to who?
Head of the community.
we had submitted some letters of support from other retailers and other members of that community, as well as some letters of support from other tenants in this newly built plaza, that they thought adding a liquor store would be a beneficial addition to this particular new built plaza that includes a 7-Eleven, a restaurant, a barber shop, some other things. So they did have some letters of support from some other businesses that were Nepalese and from the Nepalese community center itself.
I know you didn't see the protest letter, but in it, it mentions that there was a store that was open close to where this application is located that was opened 5 to 6 years ago and only lasted 18 months. Do you know anything about that?
We do not.
No, Commissioner Lily.
So you didn't look into whether other liquor stores have tried to open and try to survive?
Unfortunately, no. I'm sorry.
Commissioner, I did look, there is no record of a package store in West Henrietta. I'm looking now for Henrietta to see if there's anything.
Or Scottsville.
There's one pending in Henrietta.
There's a pending one?
There's a pending on Finn Road in Henrietta. And I'll try the other one.
Who are your, while he does that, who are your partners?
My brother-in-law, Ishore Munger, and my cousin, Jyot Munger.
Are they gonna work at the store or they just provide financing?
They are working on this church.
They're all working at the store because there's a schedule that they provided.
Yes.
The one that's listed is the only one with a record for Scottsville, either active or,
So what specific products cater to the Nepalese and Bhutanese population?
They are consume all the product, whatever they here existing store, sell. They consume all those products as well.
I didn't understand that. Can you say that again?
They consume the same product, whatever they sell right here in the United States.
Are there any
So they buy the same products that other liquor stores sell in the United States?
Yes,
Is that
Commissioner.
what he just said?
Are there
So
specific?
the only specialty will be the language,
Would be the what?
language that he speaks.
Oh, I see.
Language.
But I thought she said that they're selling some products that they specially use in their religious ceremony, or did I just create it?
No, she did say that.
So there is no such thing?
We do, but I
Did
think
you guys talk
that's,
to each other before you came in here?
yes, Lily.
Yes, we did, and then they indicated that they would have all of the products that, a general display of products, but there were several products that were specific that they would carry, that the community needed, that they didn't specifically have in other
And what are
liquor
those, so what are those products?
Those are, homemade, kind of like,
Homemade?
It is a typical homemade, so I think that's kind of the illegal to sell, so I did not mention that.
Not
And-
kinda.
Oh my God.
No, it's very illegal to sell.
Yes, sir. That's why each overall Nepalese population also consume the same product, whatever here people are sell. So
So it's my understanding with what he's saying now that they're gonna carry typical products with other stores. We previously discussed whether they had something special, but he's indicating now that they're not going to.
Just wondering where the misrepresentation was, to you or us?
I took this case over from another attorney about a month ago, and I met with him 3 times, and we discussed all of that. We put it together, all of the information, the letters of support, and I have not misrepresented anything. I've gone with what I've been able to get from the client.
No, I'm
And
not, I'm saying I wonder which is true, what he told you or what he just told us, but go ahead, yeah, we're ready.
So, Commissioner Vance,
I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford,
I think I think there's a couple things here that you don't understand, and you may need to get those cleared up. I was inclined to approve, I wanted to approve you, but I just don't, after listening to what you have to say, I'm going to vote to deny.
and Chairman Bradley.
I'm gonna vote to deny as well. I agree with Commissioner Ford. I think that I didn't really hear a good reason other than you speak a language that 700 or 800 other people apparently speak in Rochester as to why they need a new liquor store there. There clearly is a selection of liquor stores that are providing the same products that you plan to provide that are all within between 3 and 5 miles away. So I'm gonna vote to deny.
So the next item in Buffalo is,
Here.
thank you.
is agenda number 69. That's CHATEAU Liquors, Inc.
Hi there. I'm going to speak on behalf of Seema, the owner. She has a terrible cough at the moment and doesn't want to disrupt my coughing, if that's okay.
Why don't you let her go outside?
Okay.
She probably, you could have emailed us and we would have told her not to come, but go ahead.
Okay, well, we are just looking to add about 1,400
So who are you again? I'm sorry, what was your name?
breakup. I'm the store manager.
The store manager?
Yes.
You go on.
Okay, and we're here to add an additional square footage, about 1,400, just for storage and for our product storage, and that is the current space that we have right now. It's going to add only 200 retail space.
All right, we're going to interrupt you there, Donna. We're ready to vote.
Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna vote to approve. Thank you for coming in.
Commissioner Ford.
Thank you.
Vote to approve as well.
I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Next item is
Thank you.
This is agenda number 1. That's Niagara Frontier Country Club, Inc.
Good morning. My name is Justin Giuliano. I assisted Mr. Sandinato, the president of Niagara Frontier Country Club, and Mr. John Rowcroft, the treasurer, in assembling the class change application. The issue at hand is that Mr. Rowcroft's personal questionnaire, he had circled no, or I'm sorry, he had filled in no to the fact that he originally had a liquor store, or I'm sorry, had a liquor license, and then he also said no to the cancellation. Reason why these errors took place was, first of all, back in 2009, he actually walked away from Eddie J's, which is the license that was canceled in 2011. So he was actually unaware of the fact that that license was canceled.
But was he unaware that he had it?
Well, no.
That's one of the other questions he answered no on, wasn't it?
It was, yes. So the explanation for that is because of the recent pandemic, he's working long hours, increased workload. He finally had an opportunity to fill out the personal questionnaire after a long day. He just kind of glazed over it. And unfortunately made the error. There was no intent to deceive in any way. It was simply an error. And Mr. Rowcroft is here.
Well,
because he felt
which one is he?
it's this gentleman right here to the right of me.
So explain to me how, if he missed the question and left it blank, I might buy your explanation, but he actually answered it in the negative. And you're telling me that? He forgot that he had a liquor license previously because he was so tired?
I just didn't, I was just filling it out and I didn't fill it out correctly. I
mean,
made
the
a
only thing
mistake.
saving you here is I can't, for the life of me, figure out why you would answer it incorrectly. I don't understand the motivation for it, based
Yeah.
on the history.
I know, and that's why I said, when I found out about this, I said, listen, I'm a volunteer. I would step down if I had to. I have nothing to gain by this at all. I do volunteer work for this club to try to help with the role. I'm barely even a golfer. It was like pro bono work to help them with the finances, and I made a mistake.
You good with it? Other than that?
So let me just ask a question very quickly. Yeah, I'm good. Why was this ever a club license? And why is it being asked to change to an OP?
Of course, we're public.
Well, so it was originally a club license. I believe the license was effective back in like 1920s. So it was a private club, and they're now seeing that the way businesses and the way people are kind of financially hurting. Being a club-only specific entity is not going to keep the doors open. It's not going to keep, it's not going to keep the bills paid.
I'm gonna cut you off there. Your answer is we're going public, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, so we can go public.
I mean, we don't need an explanation. She's just asking you
Yeah.
what the reason was. And if the reason is because you're now open to the public.
We would like to be, yes.
So let me ask you another question. So when you open to the public, you don't want to do weddings or any kind of events because you did not apply for private events?
So it wouldn't be, if they were to do a private event, the entire facility would not close down. They have an offshoot where the party would be able to have a private room for that venture while they are remaining open to the public.
That question only asks if you could close the entire.
Into the whole thing, okay.
But they have a banquet hall that can still do that.
I see, because the golf course will still be open in theory.
Who's the other gentleman, sir?
This is Mr.
He's the president.
This is Mr. Henry Sandinato, the president. He also wanted to be here because he wanted to attest to the value that Mr. Rowcroft has brought to the establishment and to the premises. If you could go ahead and just explain kind of why he was brought in.
My name is Henry Sandinato. I'm the president of Niagara Frontier Country Club. We recently emerged from bankruptcy this past summer. And John was immensely helpful with all the reporting requirements to the bankruptcy court and all the other requirements that the bank put on us. We are struggling financially, but we emerged. I can't explain to you how helpful John has been. He does it for nothing. I mean, I go there every day and work for nothing to try and make the club, who employs about 44 people in the summertime, make a go of it. It's been difficult. We weren't eligible for any federal money because we were under Chapter 11. So there wasn't any PPP money coming in. And, we're hoping for some consideration.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve with DJ recorded live music, no promoters, no private events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Same here.
And Chairman.
I will do the same.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Have a good day.
Yep, thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I don't have anything else signed in Buffalo. Brian, is that correct?
Yeah, there's no one else here in Buffalo.
Leave that open leave that up for about 30 minutes, just in case.
Okay.
Thank you. So moving on to Albany, matters in Albany. We have agenda number 44, Esperanza Mansion and Inn LLC.
Good morning, everybody. Robert Romano, I'm here on behalf of Esperanza Mansion and Inn LLC. While I did request an adjournment, if the board feels that they do have enough information that I did supplement with my last email.
Do you think we could ever get enough information about this mess?
I am.
Let me try to cut through this for you. Just for the record, the prior licensee in this location, I spent some time dealing with litigation that was being fired by the owner of the premises who and the prior licensee, and what the board has before them is a letter from the owner, who's also in the group that's applying for a license now, Mr. Mellenbacher, and that lawyer's version of what happened in the litigation. We do not have the other side's view of the facts and the like. But the question pending for the board is whether or not the prior misconduct of the prior licensee is somehow attributable to Mr. Mellenbacher, who's applying now. And there was at least one court ruling that appears to support Mr. Mellenbacher's position that he was duped by Mr. Alexander, that a lease was forged, that his personal questionnaire was altered. And in connection with that ruling, the court did not permit Mr. Alexander to get back into the premises, and that's why Mr. Alexander then submitted a cancel and bond offer to us. So, on the basis of at least one judge who looked at this, it looks like Mr. Mellenbacher was not part of a fraud. It was Mr. Alexander.
But he was the one who submitted the cancel and bond? The landlord submitted the cancel and bond? No.
No,
The licensee.
He was
submitted
trying to
the
get
cancel and
back in.
Right.
Claimed he had rights to the premises, et cetera, and those claims were rejected.
I don't know how that could happen when,
Well, Mr. Mellenbacher's story was that he thought he was partnered with Mr. Alexander, and because he owned the building, he didn't need to give them a lease. And he thought he was going to be in the entity that was going to have the license, and then Mr. Alexander went and created a different entity, forged the lease, and became the only licensee.
oh, interesting.
And then took the license away when they had a business dispute. That's essentially what happened. Did I get that right?
I did.
Okay.
All right. What's the music situation?
music is recorded, recorded music is, and live. It's an entertainment venue, and weddings and events. It's a hotel as well. So for weddings, it's like the patron dancing, DJ, live,
Okay.
and recording.
So I'm going to vote to approve with the following. No security, manager to be hired, recorded and live and DJ music. Dancing, patron dancing is permitted, 10 private events a year, no promoters.
10 a month.
10 a month?
It's a wedding venue.
It's a hotel, right?
It's a hotel, right.
Wait, you're not gonna close the entire?
No.
It's
no,
a
no, 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 no.
hotel license.
At the,
Okay, but the question is,
right, no, it will be open to the public.
Yeah, so
So
no
you're not
private, so I'm not gonna say private events. Do you close the whole hotel for?
No.
No.
The hotel rooms are available to the public.
Okay,
So then you'll be able to still
I'm
have
not even gonna include that,
It's similar to the other situation.
to what they said, yes. So I'm not even gonna include private events, no promoters.
Did the same lawyer represent everybody in this transaction?
No.
No, I'm talking about when the license application came in. Were they all represented by the same lawyer? The original license
The
application,
original license was.
where he was defrauded, allegedly defrauded.
Yes, by an attorney who was known for this board.
Who's
recently known.
Yes.
The one that was here last time.
Represented both parties?
Well, and it appears that there wasn't.
Well, look, to be fair to one side of this dispute that's not presented to you, there is a dispute over whether or not this was supposed to be a joint venture between the owner and the licensee, or it was just the licensee who was opening up the business.
Well, that's kind of the point I'm making, is that the dispute would never have happened had there been communication with all parties. And it appears that whoever was representing all parties was not communicating with all parties.
That is correct.
And then my next question, is there still litigation going on? Not involving
No,
the
none that would involve.
right, that's not my question though, is it still being litigated, the issue?
Yes.
of the
but
fraud.
It appears to be winding down, that lawyers or attorneys are jumping ship.
Okay, oh, attorneys are jumping ship. Oh.
My understanding from reviewing the record is there may be still a dispute over who owes who money, but there isn't anything pending about who's entitled to be on the premises.
Okay.
Which is the issue,
All right.
obviously.
I would also like to get on the record that counsel's office was extremely helpful with the grants. We're along the whole process here. It's an arduous process.
Okay, Commissioner Ford, go ahead.
Got my approval as well.
And I approve under Commissioner Van's conditions as well.
Thank you.
Next is 121, Parliament Nightclub LLC.
Hello again, Robert Romano. I'm here with Neil Olatic, who is.
Wait, item 21?
121.
Sorry.
I'm here with Mr. Neil Olatic. Mr. Olatic is one of the principals of Parliament Nightclub LLC. On the evening of November 4th, 2021, Mr. Olatic opened for the first time his nightclub in Utica, New York. Unbeknownst to him, he failed to contact the local police department prior to opening a premise such as this, which in Utica is standard fare. He also was in violation of his method of operation that he had filed. That was unbeknownst to him. He did not have enough, spend enough time on that application to realize he had help doing the application, and apparently was unaware that he did not have certain things in there he should have, such as live music,
Well, he signed it, didn't he?
dancing. He did, and he has been.
See, I mean, that's not, and it's the same thing that we just had with the
Right.
liquor store. I'm assuming you expect this to be your livelihood.
Yeah, going forward.
So do you not take your livelihood seriously?
I take my livelihood.
Well, then you would
seriously.
want to know exactly what every rule is that you got to abide by, correct? And any piece of paper that you're signing, what it says.
That's why I'm up here, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm agreeing with you, but for the fact that I did have another person also help me out with this. This is the first time I filled out this agreement and went through everything, and as you can tell through the application, I believe it's very detailed into a lot of the questions that were asked going forward from there.
No, the question is, what kind of music do you want to have? Are you going to have security guards? Yes or no? They're not detailed. And it literally, I go through every one of these every 2 weeks. They're not that detailed. The questions, there may be a lot of them, but they're simple.
I went through it once.
I mean, and then the thing that drives me insane about this whole episode is then when the police did come, he tells them they can't come in. So he doesn't even know the simple fact that they're allowed in your establishment because you're licensed.
And now, I understood that now for the fact that I actually did talk to them and we fixed that going forward. That was our first time, November 4th, that we opened up. It was our grand opening. All these incidents happened. And on November 5th, the 6th, and the 11th, there was not one report. We still ran the establishment, and we ran it. We fixed what we needed to fix with the staff, the security, and the police. And we've actually met with the mayor, the sergeant that reported this, and the captain to make sure that this doesn't go on further along down the road.
He also has amended his application to include the items.
I mean, you live there, so you can drive the train on this.
Yeah,
This is just for the reconsideration.
I know, but normally in a normal circumstance, particularly in a town that doesn't need problems like this, I would not be reconsidering this. But I'm going to go, whatever Commissioner Ford recommends, I'm going to do.
Pressure's on.
I'll tell you this, that on November 30th, I did meet with all of them, okay, with the mayor, the sergeant, the captain, as I just said. We went through what I needed to go through. Now I understand maybe the reports or what goes on that you guys have in front of you on November 4th. It doesn't justify me as a person who I am. On November 5th, the 6th, and 11th, I did what I needed to do to fix those issues and make sure that they weren't presented. And they weren't, there was not one report. Now the sergeant knows that the captain and the mayor reviewed it as well.
yeah. I spoke to Mayor Palmieri yesterday. I called him about this, and the phone call that I just missed was from Chief Williams about you.
Yeah.
So I understand Barrack Street, the kind of place that it is and everything. So I'm going to vote to reconsider and vote in your favor based on my conversation with the mayor. He spoke of you very highly. He said you were a young man who just got it right on your opening, got it wrong on your opening night, and he thought we should give you another chance. So based on his recommendation, I'm going to vote to approve you.
Well, the application is not before you. It's just a request for reconsideration.
I'm voting to reconsider.
Right, so there's two questions. Are you going to reconsider and send it back to licensing? And the second question is, are you going to direct licensing to either not issue the temporary or to issue the temporary?
Did we stop, we stopped reviewing it when the temp got yanked, correct?
Well, the temp was issued. That's how.
No, I'm saying when the temp got yanked, we stopped reviewing the application.
Yeah, everything got shut down.
Okay.
Yeah, and the mayor did say that he had met with you, just as you told us, and the chief of police and corporation counsel and all of that, and that when you were suspended, your temporary was suspended, or terminated, I should say, that you did abide by not opening and trying to be sneaky about it during the best time of year for your business, what would have been, so. I'm going to vote to reconsider and send back the licensing, and what was the other thing you said?
Temp.
Put the temp back on.
Put the temp back on, yes.
I'll do the same.
I'll do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can thank Mayor Palmieri and Chief Williams.
Thank you.
Okay?
Next is agenda number 120, that's Brothers Grimm LLC.
20?
Good morning.
Hey,
My name is Derek Roberts. I'm a principal with the Brothers Grimm LLC. I'm also a co-owner of the Pale Horse Barbecue Bistro and Pit Master.
sorry, what's your name?
Derek Roberts.
I remember this place.
Your partner is your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you doing this whole venture for $10,000?
That's what I said. Your rent's $10,500. So you don't even have enough to pay your rent.
My brother owns 3 businesses in Oneonta, and he uses a lot of his spare money from those to help assist in paying the rent fairly. And also,
Well, you gotta,
Right, the
see,
point
here's
is
the
that it's
problem.
not disclosed.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, no.
No, you explain it.
We're
I
on
was
the
gonna
same
do
page.
thing. Go ahead.
I mean, it's just not in your application of how much you're actually spending.
a lot of the equipment was already there, and also I've done a lot of the work myself, as far as labor costs are concerned and renovations. I've done 90% of the work at this place on my own.
No, we don't, and I'm not questioning that, but you don't have, you basically are telling us that you invested half the amount of money you would need just to lease the place out. And the reason we asked, and I've explained this every meeting, I think, for the last 4 months, the reason we ask how much is invested on the application is because we have to make sure you are the only people that are involved in this venture. Well, right now, you clearly don't have enough money to open, based on what you're telling us. You can't buy liquor, you can't hire staff, you can't pay for insurance. You're telling us it's coming from your brother, and that's all fine and good, but you didn't put it on paper.
I apologize. We are applying for a beer and wine license. Just to clarify.
I'm sorry, a restaurant. You can't buy wine and beer, right?
We have not been open. We tried opening in July and August. We thought we had a temporary coming, but that was not issued to us. And so we were open for 2 months. We did very well, but we were turning away about 20.
How were you open for 2 months? Oh, without booze?
Without beer, yes, sir. And we were turning away 20 to 30 people a day because we did not offer beer and wine.
No, I mean, we understand you need the alcohol. I'm not questioning.
What kind of food is it?
Barbecue.
Barbecue, and
The reason it was denied the temp was because of what happened here previously.
Yes, sir.
You're in a college town, and half of the college was in the bar at one point underage drinking.
Well, that was 10 years ago.
Well, that's why the temp was denied.
do you guys
You had nothing to do with it, I get that, but that's the problem.
Yes, sir.
Location.
Do you know how bad that place was?
No, sir.
Okay, I think every kid who went to college at Oneonta was in that bar at one point or another.
I can't tell you how many of my friends' children yelled at me doing that.
I was the prosecutor at the time, and that place was terrible.
And we were trying to reestablish this location as a neighborhood barbecue restaurant that serves lunch and dinner.
Why just a restaurant wine?
Excuse me, sir?
Why just a restaurant beer and wine license? Why not a full liquor license?
Because we were, well, not my brother and I weren't, but that location was denied a liquor license previous to applying for a beer and wine license.
Which was your father, right?
Yes, sir. And we did not think that was 100% needed for the success of our business.
your father's still involved?
No, ma'am. He now lives in the state of Florida.
Okay. Do you have a scanner? Because you are asking for live music with dancing, so I assume that there is some kind of nightlife that will be happening.
So I
That'll be
actually,
very occasional.
no, and I actually, you do mention that you've invested in a scanner.
Yes, sir.
The scanner you have invested in is useless.
Well, we both been CHIP certified. So
No, but my point is that it's great to have a scanner, but when a scanner, all it does is read the document, the license, or whatever else is putting in there, and does not tell you if it's fraudulent or not.
Yes, sir.
So then there's no point. I mean, it's doing the same thing your bouncer could do. You need to get a scanner that actually is hooked up to the DMVs of all 50 states, and there's many out there. You can actually get an app on your phone that does this. It scans the IDs, and it tells you if it's actually a real ID or not.
Well, that's certainly something we can.
Well, if you get this license, you're going to have to get it
Absolutely.
because of where you are.
Yes, sir.
Ready to vote?
What are your hours?
Thursday through Sunday, 11 to 3, and then Thursday through Saturday, 4 to 10,
3 a.m.?
3 p.m.
I'm sorry.
So a lunch service from 11 to 3 p.m., and then we take one 1 hour break to reset, and then 4 to 10 for our dinner service.
You're shutting at 10 every night?
Yes, last call for food will be at 9.
Even on weekends?
Unless there was, yes, the weekends, unless we will have the occasional live music, we might stay until 11. Prime time now.
Oh, I think Otsego County is 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Except for Friday and Saturday is 2.
Okay.
Tom, can you look up Backstage Productions in Kingston? Did we cancel their license? What was your involvement with them?
That was my brother. He helped that business start. And he was business partners with Trevor Duckworth and Dan Bob.
Because I think we closed that.
What I understand, they sold it.
No, it's definitely not in their hands anymore, but when they had a liquor license, I think we took it before they sold the business.
And where's your brother today?
As I had mentioned, he owns and operates 3 businesses in Leon currently, and he's having staffing issues.
Was that a DBA name or?
Yeah, probably the DBA. It's on Wall Street in Kingston.
What other 3 businesses does he run?
He owns a game store called Serenity Hobbies.
A game store?
Yeah, board games, magic cards, things like that. He also has it's a boba tea and ramen place called Boba Yaga, and he also, with him and his fiance, own a crystals shop called the Magic Box.
So no liquor licensing? He has no liquor
Not with
license?
those businesses, sir.
So you mostly will be running this thing?
As the kitchen manager, yes, back of house, most of the front of house training. My brother and I will have a lot of shared responsibilities, but because of his experience with the BSP, he will be primarily over front of house.
And who's your chef?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Who's your chef?
Oh, that's me.
That's you? Okay.
Who's the musician, you or your brother?
I am a musician, sir.
Nothing, Tom?
I'm tracking it down here. It wasn't popping up under that name, so that may have been a unauthorized trade name or something like that.
Well,
You guys own this
What number was
No,
it?
man, we're leasing.
what number?
Yeah,
I don't have any idea.
What's your interest in this building? Why did your father apply here and then you guys want to do this here?
Well, we found the spot.
You found this one.
I found that because I was a groundskeeper with the city for a few years, and the place had been shut down since I guess the previous, and so we tracked down the owner. And because of its location, we felt like it was a great place to have, what we're doing there. It's a very quiet spot of Water Street. The view is actually overlooking the Catskill Mountains. And it's one of the only places in Omiana that has available outdoor seating.
323 Wall Street.
Backstage Studio Productions was surrendered in 2020.
Okay. We didn't shut it.
It was that recent,
Okay.
All right.
Anything else, Tom?
Let me check it, like disciplinary or anything, or?
No, I'm good. We're good. I know there were a couple incidents, but it wasn't a pattern.
All right, since you guys have the support of your mayor and also your state senator, I am going to put the faith in you that you're going to run this properly. And so I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. Recorded and live music with dancing, no private events, no promoters, security guards as needed,
Yes,
principals to manage. I'm going to ask you to update your application to reflect the proper financial investment. Just give us a ballpark of how much you've spent. And I'm going to go with Chairman's suggestion that you get a real scanner. I'm going to go to 11 p.m. across the board. You can come back for more hours in a year.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Ford?
I approve under all the same conditions as cited by Commissioner Fan and Chairman Bradley.
And I will as well. To get, the best thing you can do for the scanner is probably email our enforcement division, and they will send you the names of a couple companies who provide that type of service. It's not going to be any more expensive than what you're already suggesting here. It just is a lot more useful.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and just for the record, the scanners that are out there,
I
essentially
looked it up.
photocopy every ID.
You looked this up? Oh.
Operators sometimes believe that that gives them a defense if we find, as we often do in college towns, 80, 100 underage people.
Yes, sir.
That does not. We suspended a couple of licenses this last semester, not in Oneonta, but in other college towns, Cortland and, can't remember the other town, where they had that kind of scan. That's, you can actually have a scanner, as the chairman said, that's tied to the Division of Motor Vehicles database in New York. And
In every
it will
state,
tell you-
every state.
Right, and it will tell you whether this is a real license or not. And it takes you off the hook of being in a position where you're unwittingly allowing underage minors to drink in your locations. And if you are serious about having a restaurant with beer and wine on the side, then I think you need to do that.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I played in Oneonta many times over the years, and I know what a party town it is. So,
I got my start in the music industry as well.
yeah, that's why we want you to get the right scanner and keep yourself out of the kind of trouble that's been there before and that we've seen happen in other college towns, okay?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you, sir.
Nice
So
job.
who you should call is Joseph Finelli, and he'll talk to you about that. I'll tell him you're going to call him.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
He's
sir.
in our enforcement division here.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item is agenda number 117, that's TORCHWOOD Wine and Spirits Inc. Introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Amit Singhani, and I'm part of the TORCHWOOD Wine and Spirits in Cicerone.
Sir, do you have a proper scanner that Chairman was just describing? Because I see that you have a,
computer scanner,
you have a what?
a computer scanner.
You have the computer scanner.
That just reads the ID. It doesn't tell you if it's fake or not.
Yeah, it tells you if it's fake or not.
How is that possible? Is it hooked up to the DMVs of the states?
No.
It can't tell you if it's fake or not. Because it's not reading the barcode, right?
It reads the barcode.
And tells you.
We scan the barcode beyond the line, the barcode.
And what does it say? What comes back? It tells you if the person is 21 or not.
Correct.
But it does not tell you if it's a fake license.
Yes, you're right.
Do they have a history?
Yeah, they have a sale to minor 18 or under on July 2021. What happened there?
One of my employees looked at the license, did everything we're supposed to do, and just were busy that it was I think, July 4th weekend. And he did everything he was supposed to do, but he overlooked things.
Okay, but you know, we don't want that to happen again, so I'm not gonna require you to get a scanner, but you need to do something to
Yeah, I just
make
made
it
a
better.
note actually, while we were talking to the other gentleman about the scanner, so make sure I get the DMV scanner.
Okay. I mean, you've been around since 2008, so, and I don't see anything else, so you've been doing really well, and I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
You're on Route 31, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your closest competitor is Pascal's.
Yeah, it's actually called Maximum now, Tesco's over their store,
Okay.
it's on Route 11.
Still a pretty big store that does a huge amount of business. You're on 31, which is everybody's way out of town every day at 5 o'clock.
The neighborhood.
Yep, I'm gonna vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. Not only is the applicant's sales up consistently, but it appears all the stores around him are up consistently, so I certainly see the reason for wanting to expand. Good luck.
Good luck.
Next item is
for coming.
agenda number 119, that's BREWING LLC.
On 19, you said?
119. Go ahead and put your name on the record and introduce your client.
Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Dan Reynolds, attorney in Bennington, Crowley and Reynolds LLP, and this is my client, which is Green Marquet LLC, and this man's name is Navi Aurora. He and his wife, Mandy Seacon, the owners of Green Marquet LLC, operate a little grocery at 188 Main Street in the city of Binghamton. On the ground floor of the building where they operate out of, they sell general groceries. They have been doing so since the summer of 2020. This was purchased in the fall of 2019 and closed about 9 months later. He's been operating the store with his wife since that time.
Why did he buy the store from his brother?
He did, Mr. Chairman, this is from his sister. The store is out of business, the store had lost the licenses, and he paid $40,000.
They lost their liquor license too?
They didn't lose their liquor license, I think they lost their EBT, which is essential for the operation of their small store. So he purchased the store from his sister, or his sister's company, I should say. G&S is a former store. He purchased it from G&S. And he took over subsequently the lease with a man by the name of Train Ha, who owns that building at 188 Main Street. He's been paying rent since that time under Green Market.
And then the next question then, if I'm aware of why they lost the licenses, why didn't he tell us that he was related to his sister on the application?
That's why we're here, as I understand it, Chairman. I had prepped the application. I had met with the client prior to it, prepped the application, didn't have any yes answers to my knowledge, and I had gone through it, and it's really just an error. Mr. Aurora signed the application, and it was submitted with this mistake in it. He received a telephone call, I received an email 7 or 8 days later, and he said, "Oh no, we want to correct that because that was an error." I had Mr.
I mean, did you ask him the question? It's not a complex question. It's,
No,
do you have any relationship with the current licensee, any previous licensee, or principals of the licenses?
I really can't remember my interactions with my client from a couple years ago.
I mean, I can't think of why he would lie about it, but I just don't understand how that gets missed.
Yeah, wouldn't have had any impact on the.
Right, that's why
The
I'm,
answer wouldn't have had any negative impact on that.
one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm not sure,
We understand that.
you're telling us that this was a couple years ago? Because this was filed in May.
No, this application
No,
was
this is,
filed.
we're talking about a prior application that was denied a year before that.
Okay.
But in May, we submitted a correct application, and then we received a deficiency letter, and then we addressed the deficiency. This is the present application.
Okay.
But
So in the present application, he did put the correct answer.
He did, and I just wanted to point out that even in the application that was denied a year before that, he corrected his answer within 7 days. within July.
All right, I'm not gonna waste any more time
Your
on this.
sister still works there?
No, he has no connection.
He has no connection with what?
She's just my biological sister. I'm not good in terms of speaking that. She lives separate, I live separate, just me and my wife.
Okay.
But just, there are two owners of this store.
His wife is Mandeep C, her last name is Seacon. They both own 50% of Dream Arcade LLC.
So you said that he spent $40,000, right?
He did.
But in here it says 7,500.
The prior application, that's because right now, the application that you just referred to, Commissioner, was filed in May of this year. This is a going concern. He runs his grocery store, and it really doesn't, we had to put something down for filing fees and ongoing expenses and whatnot. He pays $1,300 and rent to Mr. Hott.
So he's open from, when he bought the store, he's been open the whole time?
He's been open and he's been operating lawfully, successfully for the past, year or so. At least a year and a half, he just runs his grocery store.
Okay.
It's really not costing much money to make this application except for filing fees and,
All right, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve.
Good luck.
Good luck. Have you been to Vermont?
Yeah.
So the next
In
one,
a few days.
the next one is 70.
I see his house.
Yeah.
No. The next one is agenda number 70, that's Cayuga Lake Wine and Spirits Inc. However, I believe on the opposition side there. Is anyone here for that? I think Paul has sent them in. You're the opposition? Okay.
All right.
I don't
Skip
believe
it then.
the applicant has signed
Yeah.
it, but I can check with Paul.
Call the next one though, Don.
Okay. Next, if they're in here, is agenda number 12, Lost Farmer Brewing LLC.
Good morning. My name is Brendan Feldman. I'm from the law firm Harris Beach, Syracuse office. I'm here today on behalf of Lost Farmer Brewing in Long Island. They're a relatively new brewery, started by a couple of friends looking to bring economic growth and tourism to their part of Long Island. They received a notice of violation and immediately moved to fix the issues. They called me that day. And in fact, several of the issues in notice of violation they had already started to fix before they even received a letter, just based on a call from the investigator.
How did we end up there? Does anybody know?
I didn't see that in the record.
Because it's just odd that we would be inspecting a brewery for these charges,
I
but,
think it said something about a complaint, but I don't know, maybe it's a competitor.
okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I don't want to take any of your time, but suffice to say they take the violations very seriously. They've resolved all of them as of now. They've entered a plea of admission no contest and offered to pay a $4,000 fine. And we just respectfully request that the court accept that plea and that fine, and unless you have any questions.
Okay.
Make any changes?
I'm going to accept 4,000, but I want you to take a look closely at what their method of operation is, because I believe our records say that you will have no employees. So you may want to fix that.
Yeah, the village says you can have up to 6. So let's get on the same page, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. I'll accept it as well.
And Chairman?
Yeah, I'll accept as well.
Looks like the Minneola police just went in there and sent us.
Yeah, it's a referral, and then Davis went back. Okay, yeah, I'll accept, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming. Donna, can I have 2 minutes?
We're going to go on a brief recess. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next is agenda number 70. That's CAYUGA Lake Wine and Spirits Inc. We have opposition signed in, but the applicant is not present. The Albany office.
Well, then why don't we start in New York and, you have to be somewhere, sir?
I don't know if they would be in the.
I mean, I'm not gonna make you sit here all day, but I'm gonna give them a little more time.
It's gonna take, if we make him sit, it's gonna be a while.
So we have an interpreter and then we have a submersive.
So, I mean, the other person hasn't shown up.
What time is it? All right.
It's already 11:12.
All right,
You should be.
all right, do it. Come on, come on up. What is that, 70?
That's 70.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm the owner of Dockside Wine and Spirits, and I'm here in opposition to the CAYUGA Lake Wine and Spirits. I opened the store, Dockside Wine and Spirits, in August, and we are 1.2 miles away from this current location, looking for a license.
You bought the store?
Dockside Wine and Spirits, yep.
Wait, did you buy an existing store or you opened it?
I opened it, no, it was not.
We just opened them a couple months ago. Yep.
So I opened that in August for your approval, and so we've been working since then. It's it's a small community, and I don't feel like two stores would make it.
All right. Yep, I'm ready to make a decision.
And your closest competitor, which is 8.5 miles away, did they just opened in 2019? Are you familiar with them?
Oh, I'm not.
Okay, well, that's, our records indicate that they are the second closest store, and they just opened in 2019, and while 8.5 miles obviously is a significant distance, we're talking about a place where the population is spread out significantly, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Van.
Since the local mayor says exactly what he's saying, that the town cannot support two stores, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
Excuse me. It is such a small rural area, Finger Lakes Country, right on Seneca Lake, is it? Cayuga Lake, yeah. And we just opened up a store literally just a couple months ago. We don't even have a track record yet, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. The two closest stores were just opened within the last 2 years, and as Commissioner Fan pointed out, the mayor has made it clear that he does not believe they need another liquor store, so I don't see any public convenience and advantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
What number was that again? I'm sorry, just told you.
That was
70.
70.
Okay.
So that was the last Zone 2 matter. We have one more here that's a Zone 1 matter. However, we have an interpreter down in the New York City office, so we'll move on to matters down there. Chairman, would you want to read?
Yeah, I do have a couple of announcements. First announcement, as you all are aware, Tom Donahue has been temporarily overseeing licensing, as well as the Secretary's office with the assistance of Donald Roper. This last week, Tom got promoted to Deputy Commissioner of Licensing, so he will now be the head of licensing full-time, and Donald has been promoted to Secretary, and he will be the Secretary going forward. I want to thank them both for taking on those roles, and look forward to continue to work with them. The other announcement that we have is, you may or may not be aware that the legislature passed a temporary permit bill that allowed establishments that were applying for liquor licenses in New York City to obtain temporary permits while their application was being reviewed. That statute, however, eliminated applicants that were subject to the 500-foot law from being able to get one of those permits. Since the governor signed that bill, there has been negotiations between the legislature and the governor, and they have come to an agreement on an amendment of that statute that will permit applicants that are subject to the 500-foot law to be able to get a temporary permit in very specific circumstances. That we expect, we have the expectation that that amendment will be put on the legislative agenda soon, very soon, hopefully, and then passed by the legislature since it has been agreed upon. As a result, our procedures for taking the application for a temporary permit are put in place under the expectation that that amendment will pass and will become part of the statute, which is why you're going to see in either today or by tomorrow morning that our procedures are allowing people whose applications are pending but are still subject to the 500-foot law to apply for a temporary permit. I'm informed by Deputy Commissioner Donahue that we should have information up on our website within the next 24 hours that will explain how to go about that. There's going to be municipal notice required, and there also is going to be limitations on what type of activities the licensee can do while under the temporary permit. But that will all be made clear on our website and the procedures you need to go through in order to try to obtain one of those permits. Did I miss anything, Tom?
No, the only other thing is there will be some minor changes made to the 500-foot notice and questionnaire related to this change, and we'll be sending those new forms out with the new notices of hearing. So just going forward, when you do get a notice, make sure you use the updated form.
And I just finally want to commend the legislature and the governor for putting this through and then actually amending the statute. This is going to help an enormous amount of businesses in the New York City area open months before they would have been able to otherwise. So this is going to have a huge effect economically, at least in our industry.
And just a few announcements for the New York City office, or a few reminders. Please silence your cell phones while in the meeting room and take phone calls, conversations outside. Make sure your masks are on the entire time, even when you come up to the podium to speak. Presentation time will be limited to 5 minutes per side. If there is support and opposition, please split the 5 minutes per side amongst yourselves. We will be keeping track. And also, please introduce yourself when you come up to the podium for the record, and representatives do the same for your clients. We do have an interpreter in the New York City office. That is agenda number 122A, Little Mexican Restaurant, Inc. Is anyone here for that?
Yeah, they're coming right now. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Joseph Durso. I represent Little Mexican Restaurant, Inc.
You're interpreting for her. Yes.
¿Ay?
Yeah, for her.
Okay. Yo represento al restaurante mexicano, abogado. Okay. I'm the interpreter, Augusto Berens.
And what's her name?
Augusto Berens, my honor.
No, what's her name, the applicant?
¿Cuál es su nombre?
Roila Almazán.
Roila Almazán.
And who else is with you? I believe there's another person standing up there.
Hi, good
This is
afternoon. My name is Giovanni Hernandez. I'm the paralegal assistant the attorney.
Oh, well, let's talk to the person behind the interpreter. I didn't know if they were with the applicant.
I'm the manager, the restaurant.
¿Cómo?
El manager del restaurant.
Manager.
Uh-huh.
I'm the manager of the restaurant.
He's the manager of the restaurant. Okay.
Translation.
Juan
Go ahead.
Juan Gomez, my honor.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right, so my clients would like to apply for the liquor license. The liquor license is formerly owned by her husband, who is now deceased, and they just would like to continue on with the same business that was being conducted before his passing.
Para poder continuar con el mismo negocio.
Has the manager been working for this restaurant when the husband was alive?
El manager estuvo trabajando mientras que el marido estaba vivo. Yes, my honor.
El manager is working for a long time.
Okay.
the manager. Tiene experiencia.
He have experience. He have been working for a very long time, My Honor.
Why is this done this way? Do you know?
Yeah,
Rather than a corporate change, why are we doing
For
it
the
this way?
lawyer, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, sir. You wrote in your letter that it was more appropriate to have a new license. Is it true that the corporation that previously held the license was dissolved, and that's the reason why you applied for a new one?
Que la licencia fue
Yes.
denegada y esa es la razón por la cual está aplicando.
That's correct.
But you didn't put that in your letter, you said it was just more convenient to do it this way.
Usted no puso eso.
I wasn't the attorney that wrote the letter. I'm not 100% sure
Yo no fui el abogado que
why that was written in there.
No estoy tan 100%
Apologize for that.
seguro.
Why was the corporation dissolved?
Acá. ¿Está escuchando, señora?
Sí, le estoy escuchando, pero no lo oigo bien.
Ok. Espera un poquito.
Of the unknown were previously operating the business themselves. So she had barely even knowledge, barely little knowledge as to the responsibilities and all the duties as to the liquor license in the restaurants. So that's why she decided to apply for a new license.
Were you guys able to hear that or no?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. So they decided to apply for a new license because the deceased husband, who usually take care of the business, she had very little knowledge as to the to the liquor and the restaurant duties. So instead of taking that whole responsibility, they decided to form a new corporation and apply for a new license because she wasn't really involved into the business in the restaurant or the liquor or how was managed in the restaurant. So
I'm not following why setting up a new corporation would clear that up for her.
No sé cómo va a hacer eso de la
Because
nueva
she
corporación.
had no,
a limpiar eso.
So let me ask you more specific questions. Did that corporation owe New York State
Esa
Tax
corporación
Department any money?
le debe a New York State Departamento algún dinero.
Es una aplicación.
It's an application.
Nueva aplicación.
It's a new application, my honor.
No, but that's not the question.
That's not-
Usted en el último corporación, usted le debían dinero
Al Estado, se
al
le debía.
Estado de los taxes.
De los impuestos.
Sí.
She said yes.
Yes, my honor.
How much?
¿Cuántos? ¿Cuántos,
Ahora
señora?
no, ahora no. No.
That's the reason why I believe that's the reason why she formed a new corporation because she
Yeah,
wasn't aware.
I figured that was it, yeah. I know,
I have a question though.
I wasn't born at
Esa
night,
fue la razón.
not last night.
Who is Joseph? Is that her husband or her son?
¿Quién es Joseph?
That's the son, her son.
Is he alive or did
Está
he
vivo.
No.
pass away?
He passed away. He's
Falleció.
deceased.
So how is the husband involved? You keep saying that she's a widow and that her husband died.
He was the licensee.
Dice que el
He
marido.
was the licensee and he was part of the owner of the restaurant. Both the husband and the son were running the business.
El esposo y el marido.
The husband was never on the license.
I thought he
Her
was,
and her son.
Negocio.
I thought he was, maybe you're not, I thought he was.
He was on the corporation, he never got on the license.
Oh, okay.
How much money do
La
they owe
corporación.
state tax?
¿Cuánto dinero le debe al Estado de impuestos?
I know.
¿Cuánto dinero le debe al Estado de impuestos?
No lo sé.
I don't know, my honor.
No lo sé.
No lo sabe porque
It was dissolved for 10 years.
Okay.
2010. We can probably figure it out.
Yeah, I don't.
Mi hijo cuando
The interest itself is gonna keep
el
us.
joven se fue y no volví a verlo más. No sé, no, ya estaba retirada.
She said that her son was during the COVID pandemic. He left, and and she don't know exactly where to. No sabe dónde contactarlo.
No, yo no sabía más porque ya estaba retirada.
Before the pandemic, the son was running the business. And she wasn't really aware of us, the statements of the restaurant, how much money was coming in, how the liquor license was really used. So after the pandemic hit, the son who was the applicant and the license died because of the COVID. So then she, instead of taking all that work, she decided to create a new corporation and apply for a new license.
I don't know what to do.
Who's gonna be running this restaurant with you besides your manager there?
¿Quién va a administrar el negocio, además del manager que está con usted aquí?
Bueno, tenemos personal
We have staff for that,
y que tienen mucho tiempo trabajando.
that they have a long time working.
Okay.
The application says she's gonna be there 7 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I am at a loss. Okay,
Are you ready to vote?
I don't know.
You know, this will be the what the hell of the day. I'm gonna vote to approve 11 PM across the board, DJ recorded music, manager allowed, no security guard.
Commissioner Ford?
You know, I come to the same conclusion, Commissioner Fan. This is the one for today. I'll approve as well on the same conditions.
Aprobó.
So you're approving the method of operation that was in the public interest questionnaire then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, not.
Well, no, I gave them 11 PM across the board.
Right, but that's.
I
where
think
they
the
asked-
questionnaire-
That's where they asked for the DJs and everything else, they didn't, that wasn't in the actual application.
Yes, I'm going with
Right.
what's in the questionnaire.
I'll hold my nose and do the same. Someone should instruct her that her hours are 11 PM. That means people have to
Dile
be
que las
out
horas
the
son,
door at 11 PM.
tiene que estar fuera del negocio 11 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, my honor.
The only reason you're getting this license, at least in my
La
view,
única
is
razón
because I don't know what else you would do if you
por la
didn't
cual
have it.
que va a recibir esta licencia, porque de mi punto de vista, no sé cómo va a hacer si no.
If you stay open till 12, 1, 2 AM, you're going to lose the license.
Dice que si usted tiene negocio abierto más de las 11 p.m., 12, 1, le van a cerrar el negocio.
Okay.
La licencia va a perder.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. Mucha suerte.
Thank
you, my honor.
Thank you.
That's the same reason you said you were making me deputy commissioner, because you didn't know what else I was gonna do.
The real reason was I didn't know what I was gonna do.
So, the next one, is, agenda number 43, that's Submersive LLC, Hanover Hospitality LLC, 18 William Street Partners LLC. We had a public official that emailed me, he's a city council member, he emailed the secretary's office wishing to speak.
Is he there? Or she?
It's Christopher Mark.
Mark.
Yes, hi. Good morning.
All right, so I'm sorry, can we just stop for 1 second? So call that whole case up and then we can let her speak and she can leave and we'll just do it.
Okay.
Yes. We just.
Every all, who's the representative and the applicant?
Yes.
But there's.
Everyone who's here on this matter, please step up to the table up and down in New York City.
Everybody, if you're here for it, just stand up.
I just want to stand on this side.
Everybody who's planning on speaking.
All right, will the applicant put their name and the representative's name on the record, please?
Are you starting in Albany?
Who's the applicant and the representative?
Who's representing the applicant?
I am Alexander Victor, but I believe in the Albany office is Alexander Betke and Jonathan Hochwald, who's one of the applicant principals.
Okay, and then can you guys sit down and let the council person say her piece and then we'll hear from the other opposition?
I'm also here with Edward Weiner and Arthur Carpati. They're the other two applicant principals.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I see a lot of signs in the back and I can't read the signs, so if anyone wants to come up and show me the sign that you're actually holding.
Can you see?
Yes, I got that one.
We have another one.
Okay.
Tell me the translator for that picture, right?
Can you see?
All right.
Yes, okay.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you.
Another one, last one.
Yeah, that's debatable, ma'am.
Okay.
The financial district is not Times Square.
It's true.
True.
Okay.
All right,
Hi,
go
good-
ahead, I'm sorry.
Hi, good morning. My name is Chloe Lynn, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Office of New York City Council Member Christopher Marte of District 1. And this is the letter I will read on behalf of Christopher Marte. There. Dear Chairman Bradley, as the council member of District 1 in Lower Manhattan, I am writing to express my firm opposition to application number 1331786, submitted by Submersive LLC, Hanover Hospitality LLC, and 18 William Partners LLC. I know my voice is joining other elected officials who have written to you, as well as the Manhattan Community Board 1, neighborhood residents, workers, and stakeholders in requesting you to reject this application. I spent the past 2 years campaigning for this office and won over 60% of the vote in the primary in June. Over the course of the race, I consistently heard from residents of the financial district about this proposal and the terrible impact it would have on a community if it moves forward. The size and scale is unattainable during these pandemic times, as we know now that what we did 2 years ago, that COVID-19 in some form or another is not going away anytime soon. Other letters in opposition have outlined how this application has already shown themselves to be a bad actor. There are violations at their 27th Street location, lack of response to elected officials and community voices, and disregard for concern about traffic safety and sanitation. Demonstrate that they are unfit to run a location of this size and scale. With all the other concern about this application aside, during a pandemic, it is not pragmatic or practical to approve a license of a venue of this scale when events in this space pose such a risk to public health. I look forward to working with you on this application and many more to come, and hope to receive a response from you. Sincerely, Christopher Marte, New York City Council Member, District 1. And next, I will introduce the form. Sorry.
Can I ask you a question? Are you aware that, is the council member aware that the alternative to the situation is that you're going to get a space that may have 3,500 people there if they do not get a liquor license, and that if it were a beer and wine, it would be 850 people?
Yes.
And you prefer that outcome?
No. No.
So that's what, that's the issue that we're dealing with here. Because they have a right to operate there, it's commercial zone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm worried that you're going to end up with 3,500 people on that block.
Instead of 850 or 500.
Then you're really talking about Radio City, where you need to close the streets to run each show, which may be even more problematic for the residents there because of the 25 steps that take from the front of the business to the front of the building. I'm talking specifically about the residents that live in that building. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but I just want everyone to understand that that's the dilemma that we are dealing with up here.
Among other things, but yes, that's the main one.
Yeah, would you like to let the other people from the opposition to speak as well, and then we can...
Yes, absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, sure, and following that, I'll introduce the former District 1 Council Member, Margaret Chen.
I'd like to remind the opposition too that their time will be limited to 5 minutes for the entire opposition. So split it amongst yourselves if whoever's going to speak, or send one person up.
I would really like to ask the commissioner to really give us more time, because a lot of my neighbors are here. I'm the former council member of District 1, which I served in the last 12 years. And on March 20, 2020, I wrote a letter in opposition to this application to all of you. And we've been fighting against this for the past 2 years or more.
Yes.
What I want you to understand is that I've been a resident down there at Hanover Square for almost 35 years. It's not a commercial area anymore. It's a residential area. Within the surrounding area, there's like over 3,000 residents that just live right surrounding that area. My building was the first residential building there. And then now, all the all the commercial buildings are converted to residential. This is not an appropriate area for this venue, even without the liquor license. Even if like they have, when you talk about 800 some people, the streets are very narrow, and it's a residential neighborhood. That's what people have to understand.
I do understand that, and I think having lived there for many, many years, and Commissioner Fan currently lives there, but what you also have to understand is you have zoning laws. And I realize it is a residential area, but Commissioner Fan just tried to explain to you, even if we do, we can actually try to control this one way. If we do what you're asking us to do, you're losing all of your control. But that's something you have to all decide, but it doesn't sound like that's something you considered. My view is that you're not going to keep this out of there 100%. It's not going to happen. So the choice is try to control it, limit the number of people, or give them the opportunity that they can put 3,200 people in there. And that's something that I don't know whether it's been talked about. And that concerns me.
Susan is on the community board, and that's been extended conversation about that. So Susan, you want to talk about that?
Commissioner Bradley, Susan
and
Cole,
former council,
very quickly.
Wait, can I just finish? And former council, Margaret, I so respect you, but you realize that this location is 1 block from Wall Street, right? To tell me that this is a residential area where thousands of people come out of all of those 5 subway stations in the area when it was a non-COVID time, it seems very far stretched to me to argue that this is a residential area.
Commissioner Fan, look, when you are talking about, we're surrounded by Stone Street, there's Cipriani, and the streets there are very narrow, right? Oftentimes, if you come down and you look at the garbage,
on both sides, it's actually 3-lane traffic.
That's not 3 lane. It's 1 way going up William Street. And that's where all the honking are there. And when the delivery truck comes, they park on the sidewalk. We have to squeeze through or walk on the street. And you come down on garbage day, in front of 20 Exchange Place, what they're proposing, the garbage is a whole block long on Beaver Street. And that's the entrance they're using for the event? Come on, it's already saturated with so much garbage. They're just going to create more. It's not an appropriate area for this kind of venue. And that building has been converted to residential for many years, and that space was vacant. Okay? This is not an appropriate area for this kind of venue.
If I may, I'm Susan Cole. I'm the chairperson of the licensing committee. Commissioner Bradley and other commissioners. As you know, Community Board 1 has always been very respectful of the businesses. We do not usually reject something outright. We understand that this is a problem. You don't have to tell us that. However, you are wrong. There are 1,400 units right there in that proximity to where the entrance is going to be. In addition, this group has not wanted to meet with us. They didn't want to have any stipulations. So when you say, yes, we understand what the parameters are, but this has been a very disingenuous group, and they have come here without any warning. They didn't want to sign any stipulations. They didn't want to even deal with us. They have no traffic plan. They had no real garbage plan. They had no security plan. They were going to let the actors serve liquor, which is against all rules. So it is a problem, and they are going to be a problem, and that's why the community board rejected it. But it is not as if we wouldn't be willing to figure something out. They have been unwilling. Can I have some other people speak, or is it?
Yes.
There are a lot of people who came here in this situation today.
So
and they would...
while you're up here, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So talk to me about what happened with the 500 hearing from your point of view.
They rejected it because there are too many businesses around. If you came to Stone Street, which we have allowed to operate till 4 in the morning, much to the chagrin of many of our neighbors, but we work with those owners. They are responsive to us. They try very hard to accede to some of the problems that we've had and the other businesses we allow around there. This group has been disingenuous and not forthcoming, and I want you to understand that.
So talk to me about what happened with the 500 hearing, the notice to such hearing.
You know, I was away, so I'm not sure. We did get a notice, but it was late. Was it not, Jen? It was late.
They posted the wrong date.
Alexandra can talk to that.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Alejandra Cara, and I was the one that made, I'm with Keep Fight Eye Safe, a group that was formed to oppose this application. And we were the ones that were made aware by one of the residents that the applicants posted a notice for the 500-foot hearing, but they posted the wrong date. So then we contacted our local representatives and sent the SLA the notice that had the completely incorrect date. So they backdated it to a date that had already passed. But when I went on the website, it was a future date. So that's why they extended the period and we were able to submit more documents for the judge.
So you do feel like you were able to actually submit?
We did submit documents, and in our opinion, it's what resulted in the judge ruling for against the applicants. And the reality is that they have to prove that they're in the public advantage. And the community does not believe that licensing 100,000 square feet of commercial space underground is in fact in the public interest. In regards to speaking to the community about the alternatives, that's not what we're here to determine. We're here to determine whether they get a liquor license or not. We took their proposal because they offered us a deal once, and we took the proposal to residents and we held a meeting with hundreds of residents and we consulted several residential buildings because we have people from the boards of each building, and the community resoundingly said no. If they want to have a daytime operation, we understand that there's nothing that we can do to stop that. But the nighttime operation and the liquor is what the community does not want. Because with Cipriani, that's literally adjacent to the building, I submitted in our opposition videos of what happens. There's honking until 4 a.m. Cipriani has 160 events a year. And the upheaval that this causes is too much for the community to deal with, along with Stone Street, which is on the other end of this application. There's more than 20 on-premise liquor licenses in the surrounding area, and there's over 3,000 residential units literally adjacent to this building, plus the 762 on top of it. We just don't want this premise, or, you know, basically having 100,000 square feet of basement where they can serve liquor, because it's going to start at 500 and then they're going to come back for more, or whatever it is that they want to do. And residents are simply not going to be able to have sleep, and they're very concerned about in the nighttime to be able to get cars up that street, because there's only one way and the sidewalk is less, I think the street's less than 40 feet wide.
Even to get a fire engine up there with all this traffic.
There appears to be several people there, and you're now repeating exactly what we heard already. So unless you have something else, if you could let somebody else speak. I don't want anyone, we don't need anyone to repeat that the streets are narrow, the traffic, we get it.
Liz, come on up.
Sure. Hold on, so can I just ask another question? Alejandra.
Yes.
Let me just ask you the same question that I asked the other person. Is it better to have 3,500 bodies there without liquor?
I represent the group and I represent the grassroots movement that was formed when this application came to CB1 for the first time. And I am simply doing what the community believes, and they do not want the liquor license. They said that they would take the alternative because that would be a daytime. They said that would be a daytime business.
No, it may be a nighttime business.
The community does not believe that there will be a nighttime business without liquor operating at the hours that they want to operate, and that it won't be successful.
I think that there's a misunderstanding as to what the community's role is and what our role is. Certainly on a full on-premise license, the community we have to take your opinion and certainly weigh that opinion. If they apply for a beer and wine license, you're welcome to give your opinion, but there is nothing in the law that requires us to take it. And
Of course not, but this is a 500-foot case, correct?
Additionally, we can't not give them a license unless there is cause not to give them a license. What you're complaining about may or may not, but I don't believe it does, amount to cause. So that's what she's asking you to take into consideration, because if that happens, there's not a lot we can do.
Yeah, I mean, even though in these documents, they've committed that if they were to get a beer and wine, they would go to $850, but your worst case scenario is a beer and wine with 3,500 people.
Well, then
And we have no control over.
Make them come back and deal with us. They have not wanted to deal with us, and they have
So
not
have
been
you
forthcoming.
okay,
May I say one
okay, let me
thing,
ask you
Pat?
this. They have, okay, let me, don't walk away. Let me just ask you one more question. They did get to an agreement with 15 William. That board. So have you reviewed those terms, or are those acceptable to you?
You talk to it.
So we presented those terms to the community, and the community said no to those terms. And then one person in 15 William, and it's in the documents that I wrote, Christopher Keller from the board, he accepted that without telling his building, without telling anybody. They didn't consult the community. The community said no to that, and he just went ahead and he took that deal.
Okay,
So it doesn't represent the community or the building.
I can. Hi.
Hold on.
No, he's not the president of the board, and I added an email chain where he speaks about it, and basically he didn't believe that the State Liquor Authority or the community board was going to have any enforcement, so that's why, and in the emails that I submitted in my application, it basically says that he created this shell entity to make a deal, and that he didn't believe that the SLA or that the B1 would be able to do anything about it.
Okay, let's hold that thought. Mr. Marte, you can go.
Hi, my name is Christopher Marte.
Can you just hold on for a second, please? I just want the members to know. We've blown, even with the questioning back and forth, we've gone way past the 5 minutes, so I don't know if
It's
you
okay.
want to put some restrictions on time going
It's
forward.
okay.
It's been almost 20 minutes.
This is too big. I've spent at least days on this. Come on.
Shall I begin? I'll keep this short. My name is Christopher Marte. I'm the council member of District 1 where the application is located, and I could reaffirm everything that Alejandra, Susan, our former council member Margaret Chin has stated already. This is not in the best interest of the community. I've never seen a community organize so much against an application down in the financial district as the one we see here today. And so this is telling, right? We have a number of event spaces. We have a number of nightlife establishments downtown. But for a community, even during a pandemic, to organize hundreds of letters, get all our state elected officials, get our incoming borough president to write a letter on his first day of the job to say that this application shouldn't go through because the community board, the residents, the tenant associations, and resident associations do not support this application. I think I ask that at the very least, you have them come back to the community board, you have them come back to the community, and a decision is not made today. And I'm happy to discuss with them, to have future discussions with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank
I ask you all a question. Are they otherwise approved and licensed to open without the liquor license?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, no.
So, Mr.
No, wait, sorry.
No. There's no theater.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Nothing exists there now.
I didn't ask if anything was there yet. I said, has the city otherwise approved them to open?
Not to our knowledge.
Yeah,
Not to our knowledge. They haven't told us. We do not know.
All right, I will question them about that as well.
And Mr. Council Member, thank you for coming to this hearing.
Of course. Thank you guys.
I was just asking your staff, what's her name? I'm sorry, I don't know her name.
Chloe.
Yes. What if we end up with 3,500 people at this location if we deny this today? Isn't that more of a mess? Isn't that more impactful for the community?
I think from my understanding, they would not move forward if that is what is approved with today. But again, we're welcome them to come back to the community.
I'm not following.
To follow up on
He's
any.
saying that they
future-
won't open the business if they don't have the liquor. What do you think?
The beer and wine.
And in the event that we give them a beer and wine, we really have no control, and they may end up with a beer and wine and 3,500 people. What if
But
that
don't
happens?
give them that either.
I request that you don't until they continue to talk with us. We have a new.
Councilman, we're hearing a lot of accusations, and obviously we're going to hear from them as well. Does anyone have any documents indicating that they refused to meet with you? An email or anything?
It's not that they refused to meet with us. They came, they had a meeting, they did not want to accede to anything that we had asked. All right? That's
Okay, so.
And what we've seen in previous applications, people who apply typically come back to community boards 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 times if they're willing to do it in good faith. And I think we haven't seen that, at least in the past few months leading up to this application, even before that.
Okay. I mean, look, I hate to say this out loud, but this is really not rocket science. We all know what the issues are. Safety, noise, pollution, traffic, lines, queues,
Garbage.
deliveries, garbage, egress, fire safety.
all of it.
Yeah.
Are those issues something that we can work out here?
I don't think so. I think so, not today, because they have to have a plan, Commissioner. They have to show us what the security plan is. They have to show us the traffic plan. They have to show us the garbage plan. They have to show us what they can do.
Can I make a point as counsel? I hear everything that the community board and the councilman is saying, but I think there's an issue with the legal situation here that's still lost on your side because they have some leverage over you. All of the 500-foot factors that we could consider as grounds to deny the license disappear if they seek a wine and beer license. So if the liquor license is denied and they come back with a wine and beer license, the only grounds to deny that would be cause, not the 500-foot factor.
I tried this already, didn't
I know, but my point is if what happens here is that you're going to continue to negotiate, you need to realize that that leverage puts you in a difficult spot. And on a liquor license, the board has the power to grant the license and put restrictions on it that they may not be able to do under other circumstances. So just chew on that for a while, because it's not exactly, we often get this from community boards where they certainly have a right to put in their position, and whether we consider it or not, it would be unlawful for the board to consider 500-foot factors if this is not a 500-foot case.
But
it does have an impact here.
But if there is, the community can't support the infrastructure, thank you, Liz, cannot support this type of a situation, beer or wine or anything, what do we do about that?
But see, you're not talking about supporting beer or wine. You're talking about a zoning issue that your zoning laws allow this to go there. And whether it has beer or wine or not, if the zoning allows it to go there and it can't be supported by the infrastructure, then that's a local issue with your city.
Well, I still believe that they have whatever they owe us as a community, a plan and a structure to support all the things that Commissioner said, because they have not provided that for us. All right?
Okay. Councilman, do you have something else, or are you done?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, can the people that want to speak on this get in a line and just go one after the other? We've obviously gone way past the 5 minutes, so you guys will be able to do whatever you gotta do.
You're on the quality of life.
Name on the record?
I don't know, I think everybody feels, there's one other person from the community board I'd like to speak.
Okay.
Mariama James, and
All these people came down and they don't want to talk? Hold on.
an assembly person, you leave his office as
Well,
well.
I'd like them all to at least put their name on the record if they don't want to talk. So let's go.
We are, but Mariama, you can.
Yes, so I'd like to at least do that, I guess. Mariam James, co-chair of the Quality of Life Committee, Community Board 1, also the chair of the Large Venue Task Force on Community Board 1. And since the beginning, the community has not supported this establishment coming into the neighborhood because of the infrastructure. William Street is a very tiny street, built for horses. Barely one car can make it down. And it's not a place where an establishment where thousands of people are going to converge upon the neighborhood should just be plopped down where it does not belong. And that's why we've always had the support of our local officials and community members going far outside of the financial district, all the way into the seaport, because people are just afraid of this, honestly, coming in. And now with COVID, it's even worse. We cannot have this many people coming to William Street.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Keep them coming. Jonathan, keep them coming, please.
Is there anyone else after you?
Okay, proceed? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Amy Vera. I'm the community liaison for Assemblymember Yulene Yu's office. Unfortunately, Yulene Yu was not able to be here today. She's up in Albany for the start of the legislative session, but she wanted to relay this message to you. I am proud to represent the financial district, and I'm committed to the security, prosperity of our community. Residents of the financial district every day experience the complications of chronic sidewalk congestion, garbage collection, vehicular mobility, and pedestrian safety. The streets of the financial district, I know we said it before, but I'm echoing it, the streets of the financial district are atypically narrow, lending itself to these issues, and would only be worsened by the introduction of this applicant. In addition, granting this license ignores public opinion and Manhattan Community Board 1's recommendation to deny the application. As noted by previous speakers, the traffic plan created by the establishment does not work to relieve the traffic from the applicant's proposed venue and worsens the already existing problem of chronic traffic and noise production. Given the nature of the proposed establishment, the introduction of services such as Uber, Lyft, and other for-hire vehicles would contribute to street congestion and the endangerment of pedestrians. The current business model also adds issues including congestion, public safety, and infrastructure to the families who live in the area. Furthermore, there's been conflicting and unclear information provided to residents and the community board. I stand with the community and urge the SLA to respect the recommendation of Community Board 1, the community, and deny this application. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In the letter that you wrote that immersive in immersive running, it's the same people, but they have a company named Immersive that runs the location on West 27th Street. And you specifically said that there are previous potential liquor violations at their 27th Street location and also potential DLB violations. Can you expand on those?
I'm sorry, that wasn't included in my letter.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
I'm Alejandra. I can help you. I can help you with that because her aide changed, but the aide that was at the hearing. So during the Community Board 1 licensing and permits hearing, one of the testimonies of one of the local residents, she's a super fan of the show Sleep No More, and she has attended probably 50 times and written a guide. And she made a reference to a case where if you go through a set of different things, the reward is that a performer serves the person a liquor shot. So she was recounting that story, and one of the people in licensing, Mark Amoruso, he picked up on that, and he said that that is a liquor license violation. So they were talking about that, and the applicant spoke about that situation that happened. And then the DOB violations, we actually submitted for the 500-foot hearing. It's just a lot of violations that they had opening on their current location in the McKittrick. And with the concerns of the community was that if there's many violations for the DOB, you're talking about the sub-basements and basements of a residential building. It's very difficult to get people out of there in case of a fire. So a lot of the fire exits, I've gone through the building and I've walked through it myself. They actually lead into the lobby portion of the residential building. So if there was a fire in the 4 subterranean levels with 100,000 square feet, the 500 or 800 people coming upstairs would be meeting with the 762 units, residential units, that are pouring into the lobby to get out. So the community was concerned about safety in that matter for the people that will be attending, because it's very difficult. It's, you know, when we toured the space, down there, it's just very deep and very hard to get out. Sorry.
All right,
So that was,
those
those were the violations.
we're getting far afield. I understand your
Okay.
concerns, but that's not something we deal with, is a
Okay.
DOB issue. That's what they deal with.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that the assembly member is not referring to like specific complaints that were reported to you or anything like that?
No.
And the DOB violations, I just want to clarify, it's against the landlord, not immersive, or unless you guys own the building. You don't own the building. Okay. I'm sorry.
I don't know what they are.
Go ahead, ma'am. Put your name on the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Liz Lamery, and I am on the board of directors of 3 Hanover Square. I've lived in the financial district since the mid-'80s. My husband and I raised our son here. I coached in the downtown sports leagues for over 12 years and then became an active member of the community board in 2006. The nature of our community is very much a mixed-use community. I know you spoke to the fact that Wall Street is teeming with tourists. Yes, it's true. We have the highest density of the oldest and the newest tourist attractions in the city. Our small infrastructure, which is a 17th century street grid, is already overtaxed. The people who are here today representing the community are not in my backyard type people. We embrace the fact that it's a mixed-use community. There's a diversity of businesses. I myself am a former corporate attorney, but I'm also a musician and a performer. I love the idea of a theater experience and cultural experiences. The reality is the infrastructure will not support it. And the people who are here today have been committed to growing this community for over 20 years, since after September 11th, when we were encouraged to build a family-oriented and mixed-use community. So it's not just a situation of newbies coming to this area, oh, we're in the financial district, so we should expect it to be a commercial district. We embrace diversity of all types of businesses. As Susan has indicated, we've worked very well with the many other liquor licensees here. We're just asking for a fair shot at trying to figure out if this is workable. We think it isn't, and that's why we're willing to roll the dice and say all or nothing, because we can't figure out how we can make this manageable. And I understand it's a zoning issue, but at a certain point, common sense needs to prevail, and we need to step back and say, how can we make this not a devastating situation for a community that many people who are here today are risking their health to say, hey, look, we need to take a closer look at this. We're willing to expose ourselves to COVID to stand up here and say we're committed to this neighborhood, and we live here and breathe here, and we just want a fair shot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's what they want us to do. They want us to
Hi.
act for New York
Kevin
City.
Buckley. I am also a member of the board of 3 Hanover Square. I will keep this very brief. Why should this application be denied when you said they can open up? It is because liquor will bring the crowds. That is why. Without the liquor license, the crowd won't be as big. We are essentially talking about a canyon around this building. And when they dump 1,000 people onto the street at 1 in the morning, it is going to wake up all the residents.
Now, I'm going to interrupt, sir. I'm going to interrupt you there, and anyone else that comes in and speaks about the liquor and bringing 1,000 people on. Everything I have read has indicated to me that they have said if they get their liquor license, it's going to be 500. So let's stick with that number. Okay?
Once the liquor license comes, we know it's going to be expanded. This is just a
Well,
creep that's going to happen.
We don't speculate on that stuff here. We deal with what's in front of us.
Okay, Commissioner. Even if it's 500 people being deposited on the street after having liquor at one time after a performance at 1 in the morning, it makes the neighborhood intolerable to live in.
It's not, they said 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
11 and 12. Yeah.
It creeps up, and 11 o'clock means 12 o'clock with people hanging around on the street behind the building. Thank you.
Okay.
I think I'm the last one. I just want to speak a little bit about what it's like living down there and what.
Put your
I
name on the
anticipate
record,
will happen.
please.
Who are you?
My name's Joe Chin. I'm a resident of 3 Hanover Square, which is right next to where the venue is proposed to be. So I work, I'm an entrepreneur, and I have a teenage daughter who goes to high school. And I know what happens even just from the people from Stone Street. Often people are out there past, I think their license is only till 10 p.m., but they have people out there who are yelling and screaming up until like 1 or 2 a.m. I probably submitted about like 36 different complaints to 311 over the years. I've lived there, for over 10 years, and I've just been submitting them and this is all because of the liquor. When I go out there,
Yeah,
the people
what
drink
floor
it.
do you live on?
I live on the 12th floor.
And if people are talking on the street, you can hear it?
They are yelling. They are not just talking.
Not talking.
They are yelling, they're
Smoking,
carousing, they're smoking, they probably continue their drinking way after. And my daughter plays soccer, and often she's coming home at like 9:30 and 10 o'clock at night. She's in high school, and her friends, they've been subject to just the vagaries of New York City. Meaning they're walking sometimes across places, and you have these sort of inebriated people who are catcalling to them. And the fact that she's going to have to come home now and be subject to that in her own neighborhood, I think it's unconscionable. I mean, I'd ask anybody who thinks about it, would you want a venue that's going to be serving liquor, even if it's just till 10 p.m., right next door to where you live?
And this is not my backyard argument?
No, it isn't.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to get that in.
Let me just ask this. Why can't they come back to the community board?
All right, so
I'm hearing you, but what I'm hearing is I don't know that it's even remotely possibly productive to do that. Everything that you have said indicates to me that you don't think this could ever work. Why would I send them back?
Because you know us, and because you respect us as community board body.
But you have all indicated to me, everyone that's come up there has indicated to me that there is no way that this thing could work. Why would I send them back?
Because I think if they had, you can't demand all the plans that we have asked them for, that we don't have. Can you? Well, then do.
I think they did.
They have not.
We have everything.
Yeah, but they're not sufficient, and we told them that at the meetings. They skirted by, all right?
I mean, I guess.
Don't try.
Okay. I mean, it breaks my heart. You're basically telling us that you don't trust us to do this work and that you're better at it than we are.
We're not saying that at all.
Which is okay. I'm not offended, but I'm just wondering, to the extent that they have a deal with 15 William that's on paper, what would you change? I mean, they're talking about ending performances, ending liquor service at 10 p.m. I mean, can we really push those hours further? Like, what would you want? Can we actually, based on the factors that would be relevant here, can we have that conversation right now?
No, there's too much.
It's too much. He's right. It is too much. But I think that, where the community is between a rock and a hard place. We understand that on the committee. We know that, and I respect that. You know that. But there has to be some real movement on their part of providing what they provided was skittish and not really clearly thought out. And that's what we're asking as well.
Okay, all right. Is there anybody else there that has shown up in opposition to this? I want you to put your name on the record, even if you have nothing to say.
Just come up and put your names on the record, please.
Don't state your name.
Put it in the mic, the same. No, don't take it.
Oh, yeah. My name is Hong Miao. I'm in opposition of the liquor license.
Thank you.
My name is Janet Fish. I live at 3 Hanover Square, and I oppose their liquor license.
My name is Mary Pat Walsh. I live at 3 Hanover Square, and I oppose their liquor license. This venue is dependent on alcohol. They could not open without it. There is no Broadway house that doesn't have alcohol. This license doesn't work.
My name is Alan Tung, and I'm also a resident of 3 Hanover Square.
Thank you.
Caroline Schimmel, 15 Broad Street. You have to discard the 15 Hanover agreement. It is not legal.
Alison Hewitson, I live at 3 Hanover Square, and I think there would be a substantial difference between any business which was given a liquor license in that venue and one that wasn't. When I went down, when they showed us down into the basements over a year ago now, they said things like, "Oh, we're going to have shows until 1 or 3 in the morning, and then they're going to have people coming to collect all the rubbish at 3 in the morning." That would wake everyone up. Those streets are canyons, which is why the noise does travel up. If they had a non-liquor license business, then they're not going to be coming out in the middle of the night drunk, etc. They're going to have, they can do a business there, and obviously they're entitled to with the current zoning, but they don't need liquor to do that. And Sleep No More and their whole premise of this thing is based on people coming in, getting drunk and having a good time, and then we have to deal with it as the community when they spill out in the middle of the night.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Point we've been trying
Yeah. How many floors of the proposed license premise is undergrade?
I believe there's about 7. 7.
3 out of 4.
Sorry.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 7 is undergrade?
3 out of 4.
They'll be able to answer that.
Okay.
The applicants will answer.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Henry Schilling. I'm a resident of 3 Hanover Square. And in addition to everything else that you've heard, I'd like to point out that this could potentially introduce health and safety issues. Health in terms of pollution that is going to be generated because cars are going to be idling, waiting to pick up passengers. And at the same time, the narrow streets would make it difficult for any ambulances that would need to get through in emergencies to get by. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
It's actually illegal in New York City to idle.
It's illegal when
I worked on that bill when I was serving in the Senate.
Justin Rosenblum, I live in 20 Exchange, and I understand the building obviously has, as you've pointed out, a full right to use that commercial, that part of the building for commercial premises, but I think an important factor is it a business, whatever business operates there, that operates during the daytime hours, or is it a business that first starts when the residents of the community are first coming back? In other words, this is a business that is basically exclusively nighttime, and I think that's an important factor, not just the numbers of would it be 500 versus 1,000 versus 3,500. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Lorenz Fish. I live at 3 Hanover Square. I adamantly oppose this liquor license. We already have traffic congestion in the neighborhoods, single lane, one-way streets. Anytime Cipriani has an event, we have honking till midnight. I don't see how you could possibly get another 500 people in there every night. And they've talked about 2 shows. That would be 1,000 people every night until 2 in the morning. It's not viable. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just take a 2-minute break?
Let me finish them. Can we finish these people and then we'll go?
These are the
Oh,
applicants.
okay, yeah, we'll take 2 minutes, okay.
We're going to take a We're back on the record after a brief recess.
Is Jonathan Hockwald and Alex Becky, they're also there in Albany? Are they?
Yes, yes, you can't see them, but they're both sitting very patiently at the table.
We were biting our lips at some things we heard too. I want Jonathan, he has some remarks that he'd like, to say, and you can stop him if he's repeating things. And I'm not going to repeat things that you clearly recognize, have read in our materials. The one thing that I find personally frustrating is this accusation that we did not work with the community, because we started outreach in August of 2018. We went to the community board. We then did site visits with anybody that wanted to come see the space. Each of the 3 buildings that were supposedly most affected then nominated their own representatives. We must have had at least half a dozen, maybe 12 meetings, and countless emails going back and forth with the varying interests. At one point in time, did we want later hours? Yes, but through that engagement, we have scaled back to these hours and this number to try and meet and exceed everything that they asked of us, which was feasible or reasonable. Things that we didn't necessarily agree with, we still did. When we went back to the community board in February of 2020, we then proposed 24 conditions and stipulations. Everything that they're saying that we didn't do, it addresses garbage. We said we will buy these disintegrators that crush all the bottles so there's no noise. It gets stored inside and picked up every day by a carter already serving the neighborhood, so we're not contributing to that. We've internalized every aspect of this operation as much as possible. At Community Board 1's request, they said get a traffic study. So we got Sam Schwartz, who's very well known in New York City as the premier traffic engineering firm. They looked at the specifics of our proposed operation. They looked at daytime hours, when just the cafe would be operating with like 75 seats, versus a proposal with 500 people coming over the span of an hour to an hour and a half, and seeing how few people trickle in. Then he looked at their existing operation on 27th Street, which is even more remote from every form of public transit, and they observed how many people were walking or coming from public transportation to 27th Street. They then used the Department of Traffic standard guidelines and other data from vehicle counts. We gave them this information. We gave them 400 residents who supported this, and they just keep coming back and saying anything that you do, not good enough. So if there was a reason for us to go back to the community board, we always will. And they've also agreed to hire a community liaison who will be there to foster relationships with everybody in the community. None of the elected officials, despite our attempts, ever actually met with us. The only information that they got was that this was a late night venue, and we've now agreed to very early closing hours. And I can tell you a conversation that I've had with these guys is the idea that you can now secretly come back in a year or 2 years and expand and do it again. It's a non-starter. No one, because you're going to remember this matter. You're what we agreed to, and this is it. So this is what we asked. This is our application. It's not a late night venue. They have the background to prove it.
You have a question?
No.
Are you otherwise licensed to open, permitted to open in the city?
Take a deep breath.
I'm sorry?
Without the liquor license, are you otherwise
Ready to
approved and ready to and able to open?
This year, yes, but there's still construction.
But I'm saying, you have your city approvals or not?
There's
Yes or
nothing
no?
else. So no, because you don't get your certificate of occupancy updated until you pass the final inspections. But there's nothing else that's discretionary. This is the same zoning that you have on 57th Street and 5th Avenue.
And your started construction?
Oh, yeah.
How far along are you?
60%.
More than 60%, less than 75%. I mean, I can tell you, I saw diagrams and renderings of this thing back in 2017.
And how much is the construction?
We can update the figures. At the time we filed, it's in the millions of dollars.
How many?
Can,
4 to 5,
construction specifically, or like scenery and everything else?
No, just construction specifically, and what you spent, with the architects and builders and whatever.
Approximately $4 million.
That includes making the space handicapped accessible, adding elevators, staircases, bathrooms. There's been quite a lot of work and infrastructure done to the space.
Okay. All right, who else was going to present? Are you done, sir, or no?
Well, I'm here to answer, any questions. I can talk to you about the notices.
Did you guys have something you wanted to say?
Well, Alex did such a good job.
Sir.
Oh, sorry, Jonathan Hockwell. I'm sorry. My name's Jonathan Hockwell. I'm one of the principals of this entity, along with Arthur Carpati and Randy Weiner, who are standing by in Manhattan. I hesitate to, my jaw's sort of on the floor at some of the accusations that have been leveled by members of the local community there. These are going to be our neighbors. We are going to open this show with or without a liquor license, preferably with. And so I don't want to necessarily go to a level where we're rebutting every single falsehood that was just stated. Our plan, we've operated a much larger establishment on 27th Street without incident, without noise complaint, without...
That's not a residential area. Nobody lives there.
That's a residential area.
I'm going to stop you. Audience, when the opposition was up, I did not hear these gentlemen speaking. I'm going to ask you to please keep your comments to yourself while they do.
Took a lot of discipline not to speak during that. But yes, we've never had a noise complaint, a quality of life complaint. We've never received an SLA violation. We have a 100,000 square foot building that we operate with a liquor license and 2,000 people attending on some nights to 4 a.m. We've never had any of those issues. What we are proposing here is so much simpler. I really want to just boil it down to what it really is, which is a daytime cafe during the day that will close at 6 o'clock. That room will be turned around. Ticket members, ticket holders only will be allowed to come into the space beginning across a 75-minute time window of 7 o'clock to 8:15. 500 people, which spread into segments of something like, I guess it's 70 people every 15 minutes. We have...
Say that again, you're segmenting...
Everyone does not arrive at once. They're arriving over the course of 75 minutes.
So their ticket tells them when to arrive.
Ticket is a time ticket. We responded to concerns of the community by figuring out a way to align everybody up indoors. In other words, there'll be no queuing outside. It will all be inside, internal. We've continually come up, all of the trash, the things that they're mentioning, that's going to be stored indoors, not outdoors. And we don't expect this to generate the massive amounts of trash that they're concerned with compared to a massive building and residences that are generating huge volumes of garbage. There's one point after another, and I guess what I'm trying to say is this is a much more limited operation. It's a theatrical show on 27th Street. The show is called Sleep No More. It's Shakespeare's Macbeth told in a kind of Hitchcock film noir way. This is going to be Goethe's version of Faust, which is an 1800s legend that's been told for hundreds of years that is going to take place in an 1890s New York City. We are going to make this neighborhood and this city proud. I think when you look at what's happening to our industry, the COVID's been mentioned a bunch of times and how it's sort of devastated the city, it's devastated the culture and the cultural draw of New York. Tourists have dropped off. All of these things need to come back. It's like the leaders of the industry that are going to rebuild New York City culture. It belongs in this place. It's a perfect place for it. People are going to love it. We're going to make this neighborhood and the city proud. I'm trying to think of anything else that was brought up that we haven't addressed, but we've spent many, many meetings and many, many hours. Everything we present, there's an expert in the community that thinks that they know, better than the expertise and the expert advice that we are getting and transmitting to them. I don't know what else we can do. We're committed to moving forward one way or the other. Liquor for us is not so much, in many cases, it's the driving point of a business. It's the economics that drive, for instance, a nightclub or something like that. For us, it's less about the economics and more about creating the ambiance, creating the setting where attendees and guests that come feel like they're in this real world, they're in this life that we've created in this kind of era that we're creating on site. And so it's not driven by you know, like a typical liquor license seeker would look for. It's ancillary, but it's important for us, and it's why we're willing to scale way back the number of attendees from what legally that building can sustain. So anyway,
Okay.
That's the background.
Thank you. Can I ask some questions?
Of course. You're asking me.
I've got a lot of questions. So what kind of food are you serving?
Well, the food we're serving, Alex, did you want to say something, or?
You know,
I'm sorry.
I mean, you can answer as good as I.
Yeah, the food that we're serving will be, it's not a full restaurant kitchen, but it's a cafe-style kitchen. So bakery items, sandwiches, you know, items like that that don't require, you know, a full Ansel system.
Right, but can you describe just the alcohol service during the show? Is it people are standing there and holding it, or are they sitting at tables with food?
Sure, audiences will enter, as I mentioned, in phases, so 75 over 15 minutes. They'll end up, after they've queued internally, check their coat, they're all already have tickets. If there's not a massive office operation, it's a check-in process. They enter up into an entry space, which is the cafe during the day, but at night becomes the entry space. There's a short amount of time where they could order a snack or a drink or an alcoholic drink or whatever they're interested in, but it's a very limited window before they're then called in production.
And during that time, they're standing up at a bar?
It's a mix of standing and sitting. It's cafe-style tables.
Okay.
Mostly.
And there's food there?
And there will be some food available if there. But it's a limited window of time.
There's also there's also past handheld food throughout the performance.
Okay. So if the show is at 7 p.m., your 15-minute windows start at what time? And
start at 7, and the last entry is at 8:15.
8:15.
Oh, so a lot of the audience walks in as the show is going on.
Exactly. Because the show, you know, what we create is something called immersive entertainment, where the audience is moving through the space at their own leisure. So things, without getting too technical about how it operates, there are loops of story that you piece together as you travel through the space. So even if you come later, you're not necessarily missing the environment and the gist of the story being told.
And does the show itself or the activities related to the show, they're all underground?
Well, they're on the main level and underground.
Okay.
So you just drop in wherever you drop in, not necessarily at the start, but as you drop in, you'll get up to speed.
Exactly. You pick up, and everybody has a different experience where they experience that sort of world that we created in a different way. And so at the end, the beauty is they like to sit down and talk about it, because generally we try to create something that's fairly mind-blowing, where you want to talk about it with somebody else and compare the experiences you've each had. And so having a space at the end for people to sit and potentially order a drink or not order a drink, the actual number of alcohol sales is like I said, ancillary to the ticket price. It's a much smaller number. This is not alcohol fuel.
What is the ticket price, assuming alcohol?
Assuming alcohol, the ticket price is between $130 and $150 average. And over 10 years operating on 27th Street, our per cap has been remarkably consistent. It's about $10 per head, which in Manhattan cocktail terms is about 2/3 of a drink per person. So this is not, as it's been painted, a place to get drunk or to, this would not be where you would choose if that's what you wanted to do. This is more of a social, theatrical experience that's unlike any other. And having a space for people to gather afterwards for some period of time, and then allowing them to leave gradually, better plan as far as we're concerned for, not only for us, but for the neighborhood as well. We don't have a mass exodus. If we can have this space, there won't be a mass exodus. If we don't have the space and a license, then those people will empty into the streets and look for a place to gather somewhere else locally.
So the show, throughout the show, the audience is mostly standing and walking around?
Correct.
So are they allowed to, after they come in and they're holding a drink, and then they go into the show, they can bring their drink with them?
No, we did not allow drinks in the actual performance space, only in this entry area where you arrive, which you also can go back to throughout. If you decide you need a break, you can go at any time. It's not linear, as I was describing. It's a kind of a circular experience. You can go in and out if you'd like, and then you can gather at the end before departing in that same.
So the alcohol service only in the beginning and at the end?
Well, it is provided throughout, but only if you decide you need an intermission or you need to step out of the actual performance.
But there is a specific room where you have to drink it there?
Correct.
Originally, there was a plan. Oh, I'm sorry.
And who's enforcing that?
We enforce it because you're not allowed to carry anything through the space, including bags, cameras. There's just a strict policy. We have a whole team of ushers, stewards, who are monitoring and making sure that drinks do not leave that room, because it can also do damage. There can be spills, things like that. There's practical reasons as well why we don't want that to happen.
Okay, and
also, actually, one other thing is that the audience is wearing masks when they are in the performance space. And so as a result, drinking becomes impossible.
The audience is wearing masks. Is that a COVID thing, or is that just a thing?
We are going to have a special COVID edition mask, but generally speaking, the audience throughout has always worn a mask. It's how you distinguish who's in the show and who's an attendee.
Understood.
They're all wearing the same mask?
The same mask.
Okay.
The cast does not wear masks, just to be clear. The audience does.
For what it's worth, I was going to mention that originally there was a plan to have 5 bars, and that's been scaled back to 3.
How many floors? Sub-level floors?
So there's a total of 7 floors. There's
Sub-level.
no,
Sub-level.
well, not all of them. So there's the ground level. Then there's a small mezzanine, which is mostly back of house, but there's some patron bathrooms. Then, because of the pitch of the street, there's I think a cellar, then basement. And so the cellar is sort of at street level on one side of the building, but below the street on the other side. Then there's a basement, and then there's 3 sub-cellar floors.
And the show is happening where?
Throughout
the whole 7 floors?
Correct.
And people are walking up and down stairs?
Sorry, not the mezzanine, which is a small mezzanine with some bathrooms. There's no performance happening up there. That's back of house.
I got it. And so then it's...
The ground floor, handles a lot of the internal logistics, from ticket checking to coat checking to all that processing, so it doesn't occur on the street. And then the show occurs throughout the other floors.
With people walking through, as you said.
But there are elevators also.
And people are, and they're using the staircase to go up and down.
Stairs, unless they need an elevator, there's ADA compatible. We have elevators that go to each floor.
And we've added additional staircases as well, so there are multiple means of transportation between the floors.
Okay. And build 2 elevators internally.
Okay.
All right.
So you have a public transport incentive program?
It's part of.
Go ahead, Alex.
I was just going to say, it's Sam Schwartz put together their traffic study, and then attached, or part of it, are their, I think, 10 recommendations, which we also told the community we will agree to all of those things. So they have that. I think what you just pulled out is a separate 1-page handout that summarizes some of the things. But yes, part of the offer is to work with the ride-sharing apps and to incentivize through some type of reward or gift or or, something so that people, because what Sam Schwartz said is, to the extent that you can encourage people to get dropped off on wall and water, that's preferred. The same thing would be, I think there's 15 or so garages that they identified in a 5-block radius. We agreed to partner not with the closest one, but with one a little bit further out, so people are then walking through. But then some people said, well, we don't want people walking all the way through the neighborhood. So we said, okay, we can do both.
What's unique about the people who come to our show is they receive an email the day before or day of, giving them instructions how to enter the facility. So we have the ability to communicate to them about transportation. It's not just like you have a ticket. It's like you get this email, it lays out for you logistics so you understand what you're going to encounter and how to get there.
There's two other practical realities of this location, that it is very proximally located to practically every subway line. And unlike a brand new concept, they do have the data from 27th Street, and from that, which is even further away, I think Sam Schwartz found that at least 66% are walking or using public transit to get to the area and then going there. And the likelihood that there's going to be walking here is even greater, because part of that communication is, hey, this is a 100,000 square foot walking experience. Wear comfortable shoes, be prepared to walk.
The idea that the infrastructure can accommodate 500 people in that neighborhood that's had hundreds of thousands of people working, and this building in the 1920s, the New York Times wrote 3,000 people an hour toured this building as an architectural marvel.
When it was a bank.
Yeah, so it's just...
So you would be willing to send out an email to all audience members before they come the day before to encourage them to the park, a couple blocks away, the places where you have a deal with that will give them a discount, right? Are they getting a discount, or?
We have to figure out, it could be something.
Well, you guys should have figured this out already, because the traffic is the most important point here.
What we were saying is it could be special access, it could be a discount, it could be something of value.
When we spoke with the parking companies, when we spoke with the parking companies 3 years ago now, they were willing to sit down with us to construct a coupon that we could send to our people, but as a result of COVID, as a result of so much time going by, we don't actually have the deals in place, but we are happy to do it.
And that, to us, if you make that a condition of approval, it can be provided.
Oh, don't worry, I will be. And then in that email, you will also encourage people, if they were coming by share rides, that they get dropped off at Williams and Broadway and Water and Williams. Are you willing to do that?
We are willing to minimize potential impact to the neighborhood in general. The location is close enough to Water Street. It's close enough to other places where we can designate people to use drop-off locations.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, would you be willing to do that? Because I think when people see an email that says, hey, you're going to save $10 on Uber and save 30 minutes in traffic if you just go to Broadway and get dropped off there and walk. And if people see that in writing, they will tell each other that, right?
Our standard operating procedure is to inform people of logistics before they arrive. And so this is not something that we're saying we will do, we do it now. Like, this email gets sent to every ticket holder on 27th Street, and we will send an email explaining logistics and ticketing and access to every single attendee.
Okay, but you'll be willing to encourage them to get dropped off on Broadway and Water Street? I'm asking you specifically.
There's a few locations. One would be Water and Wall, and whether it's Broadway and Exchange or another place on Water, we will figure out the less impactful location based on the study that Sam Schwartz did.
So the short answer is...
Again.
The short answer is yes.
I think the transportation, again, is the most important thing. So
Water Street is the
So
closest.
it was, I know that Sam Schwartz recommended Wall and Water. If there was another location, we'll do that too, but the answer to your question is yes.
Okay.
I think we can figure out a radius maybe of, where we can drop people off, and then we're happy to work with the community, whoever, whatever.
If they want to change.
If they want to say it's, whatever our number is, we'll drop them off wherever they want. I mean, we actually really want to work with the community because we, as Jonathan said, really expect this to be a wonderful thing for everyone, despite all this.
Despite all the lies.
I understand. And so it's one show at a time?
Correct.
It's not multiple stages, right?
Correct.
How many shows a night?
One at night and potentially two on weekends.
So, okay, right.
So between 7 and 9 per
One a
week.
night, how many nights a week?
7.
You are planning 7 days a week?
Yes.
Yes.
What's the security situation out in front of the building? Are you gonna have guys out there,
Absolutely.
at least at night, moving cars around? Is that the plan?
Yes, yes. Part of the traffic report that was given to the community board and the administrative law judge has designated traffic management people on the street, pushing people along, moving things along.
So, what is the involvement of Guy Liberté in this venture?
He is an owner.
So,
He's an investor.
his involvement makes me worry that this is more Vegas style situation.
His involvement is limited to that of an investor. So he has put money into this project. He has no control over its operation.
Or even any creative input. He's
okay.
He's a non-entity silent.
And for the
He's just an investor.
less well-informed, could you tell us who he
He's
is?
the founder of Cirque du Soleil.
Okay.
He was a street artist and then created the giant circus around there.
But he is,
Okay.
he's involved in a lot of arts.
This is truly a performing arts venue. It is not an alcohol-fueled bondage club or something that's been inferred. This is strictly a performing arts theatrical experience.
So as far as safety is concerned, there are some allegations in the documents that talk about the safety of the performers when the audience is masked. So what is your internal policies about protecting your own staff?
We have strict reporting. We have stewards and ushers. We're constantly being made aware of any situations that would occur with audience. And we have systems and reporting in place that, in my experience, are top of class. And we really rely on our systems, which have proven to be very good.
And which we're constantly improving too.
Have you had issues at 27th Street with the actors getting harassed or?
Yes, there were a few situations that did occur over the 10 years that we had dealt with.
What's that mean? You got the people out of the building or?
Those occasions, yes, we had gotten the people out of the building, and whether the violations, the performers are instructed to let a steward know, who then that person's mask is removed and they're escorted outside of the property.
Okay.
So there are also some of the protesters were talking about fire safety. So I haven't been in there yet, but it sounds, I mean, they're trying, I don't want this to be an inferno, right? So
No. I can tell you that the building meets all the fire codes. The building is fully sprinklered. There are no less than 8 staircases that are 8 foot wide going to these cellars. They do not empty out into the building lobby, as one of the people had said. They actually empty out into the street. The sub sellers have very high occupancies previously when this operated as another business. There is it's a concrete and steel building. This is in compliance with all Department of Building codes, and everything that we've done has been approved by the building department, the fire department. We've gone through every single municipal code system to be compliant.
I mean, they won't get a CO.
Yeah, and when you say 8 staircases, is that 8 separate stairwells?
Yes,
Or you just
those are independent staircases. Basically, a public assembly is based on staircases and bathrooms, and that determines the amount of people, and we're far below the occupancy requirements for fire and safety, which we take tremendously serious. Everything in the show is fireproofed. We have fire guards, numerous fire guards. We have fire and smoke alarm systems. We've been operating on 27th Street, which is a wood and brick building, not a concrete and steel building like this, for over 10 years. And contrary to what they've said, we've had no violations related to safety or liquor.
Okay. And what about deliveries?
And garbage.
When are they coming?
Well, what we would try to minimize our impact on the neighborhood. First of all, let me speak to garbage. The residential garbage on the street is what people see. We have sourced the commercial carting that actually already happens on the street and hired those same companies. It's the same truck
That would
that's
be driving
on the street already. As far as deliveries go, once we start doing business, we'll understand more the dynamics of delivery, but our objective is to minimize impact on the neighborhood. We are not in the business of trying to block streets, create situations that things can't be delivered.
And what time is the garbage pickup with this company that already drives on the street?
I have to double check with them, but I believe that they come down the street anywhere from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m.
11 a.m. 11 p.m.
Oh, 11 p.m. I'm sorry.
11 p.m.
to 3 a.m.
And the garbage is then stored internally. Part of our agreement was, I think, 15 or 30 minutes before we're
But again,
notified of
it's
the
the
pickup.
same garbage truck.
It's the
that's
same
currently
carting
servicing
company.
Wait, I'm not sure how that's possible because you're talking about storing inside and then what, at 2:30, you're gonna have someone move the garbage? Because that's the noise.
No, we can store it inside and do it the next. We can easily do it so we're not bringing garbage out between 11 and 3.
First of all, we agreed to a bottle crusher that actually crushes the bottles, which minimizes the noise of the garbage bags. And so we actually are pursuing that.
It's called a glass tender. It disintegrates all of the bottles into a dust so that when the bags get moved outside, there's not the clinking and clanking.
Right, so are you moving the garbage every day? Because I think somewhere in here you talked about moving it out once a week.
No. We 7 days a week garbage. When the garbage carter comes down the street every day, we plan on using everyday garbage removal.
Okay, but I'm concerned about what time you're moving the garbage outside.
It relies on the garbage carter. We can't dictate to the carting company what time they come down. If you would like us to agree to have the garbage out at a certain time, we're happy to do that.
No, but I'm just saying that, it's not realistic to me that you have staff there at 2:30 in the morning moving trash, or unless you have an overnight person who's doing that.
She's trying to figure out when you're putting the garbage on the street, even though they're coming between 11 and 3.
I understand. My point is that whatever rules you would like us to comply with to put the garbage out, we will. If we have to employ a person to take the garbage out, if the carting company's coming at 11:30, that person will be there. If they're coming at 2:30, we will do it at 2:30 or whatever time
To minimize
impact on the neighborhood. That's our objective. We have no complaints in 10 years on 27th Street. There's residential buildings next door and directly across the street from us. And so we actively work with our neighbors to minimize our impact.
Yeah, I get that, but do you understand what my concern is? Is that you're moving garbage at 2:30. Yeah, you're moving
We're gonna
garbage.
bring garbage in the middle of the night.
We're happy to do it at 11 o'clock.
We can do it whenever, my point is we can do it whenever they want. They might say, oh, we don't want it earlier because we don't want the mountains of garbage to look bigger. That's fine. We'll do it later. If they say they don't want it later, we'll do it earlier.
And what do they want? Can the opposition speak to that? Anybody, please?
It's all the residential garbage of Beaver Street.
Well,
It's the residential garbage.
if there is residential garbage
That's not our
on
problem.
Beaver Street, and I don't know where they're going to put the garbage. Are you gonna put it on Beaver Street? You're not gonna put it on Exchange, you're gonna put it on Beaver Street.
Correct.
And there's tons of garbage already, mounds from the public, from the residential. So, clearly, we don't want garbage picked up at 3 in the morning. I mean,
But that's happening.
people
But
sleep
it's already,
there.
That's already happened.
but it's already
They
happening.
stay. I can't speak,
Garbage,
pardon me?
not the residential garbage.
Not the residential garbage, they say. I don't know.
I'm
Our
sorry.
garbage is gonna be picked up whenever the residential garbage is picked up.
No. We have a commercial carter. The residential garbage has its own schedule. It's picked up on
In the morning.
every other day, whenever
That's
it
right,
is.
that's
We have a commercial carter. They do not operate on the schedule of the residential pickup.
That's correct. They
It's
don't.
separate.
You know that.
But they're still there every day.
So it's not the same truck,
Correct.
as you said.
No,
Are they
it's
still
the
there every
commercial,
day?
it's the
Are
commercial
they still
carting
there
company.
every day?
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, let me clarify. There's already a commercial carter serving the other commercial businesses in the neighborhood that goes down the block. It's that same truck that they will use to pick up their garbage, so it's not adding another commercial carter. The residential always has to happen separately until, I guess, New York City changes its rules, but there's a separate residential truck that comes on a scheduled time. We don't have the same control over the commercial carter.
Could I make a suggestion? As you
Yeah.
are saying that you want to operate and help the community and be a good neighbor, it can start by speaking to your landlord and perhaps having them address the issue that they've had since they've opened that building, which is the mounds of garbage are lined up this big. So if they were able to store their garbage inside and not have that be an existing problem and coordinate, then that would help the community because we wouldn't have to deal with the existing problem plus the extra garbage.
It's actually
So
a problem
it would
with
help
New
you.
York City. New
Yeah,
York
but
City
it's
only
just,
has
I mean,
to
it
do-
seems like it's a problem everywhere. I was there yesterday and there are mountains of garbage at the building across the street. It's not just
Correct,
this
but wouldn't
building.
it benefit them to not have mounds of garbage where they have patrons entering and exiting?
Absolutely.
Benefit
yeah.
everyone.
Yes, we're in agreement there, but it's not something that we can control.
You have a deal with your landlord, and it's my understanding, I'd be completely incorrect here, but I remember seeing that it's possible, and you can speak to it, that you have a profit
Okay,
sharing
so-
release.
Okay,
So your
Alejandro,
building is.
Alejandro, let me just ask you a question, then maybe you've thought this through. That
Yes.
they're talking about storing the garbage inside.
Correct.
And so at what time, if the carting is coming between 11 and 3:30, what time can they move the trash outside?
I think 11 would be great.
Okay.
Because at 11, there will still be patrons, leaving, so there will be noise, and you wouldn't be having it later. And I think that if they could coordinate with the building to help the problem that's going to make their life worse, that would benefit the community. And benefit them,
Amazing.
because bringing people coming into your space with mounds of garbage, that's not a good experience. So
Okay.
that's been a problem that's been there.
Fantastic, thank you. And the opposition is not really concerned about internal noise, right? I haven't heard anything about that. Like internal noise within the building.
No, because there are some people coming out.
All right.
So there is an exhaustive acoustical engineering plan, and I'll just note, parenthetically, I think it was on subcellar 3 or 4 that it used to be a shooting range.
Okay, all right. I'm ready.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
The hours you are 12 p.m. 12 a.m. on the weekends? Is that what you're asking for?
So it's what we offered to agree to when we presented to the community board. We don't feel we got the benefit of the bargain of their support.
All right, well, that's all I'm asking, what you agreed to. I know you'd like it to be later, I get that.
No, so what we're asking for is the community board's stated policy hours of 12 and 1, 12 during the week, 1 on Friday, Saturday. And that's the all-out time for all patrons.
You're not going to get that. So,
And also, I want to note that he's already
You already
trying to
had your
violate
time.
the agreement that he has.
The agreement that you said is unenforceable?
It is unenforceable.
Yes, definitely.
All right. The members are going to vote.
so let me ask you guys a question. Sorry, one more question. Is that in here, somewhere it mentions that there's a $500 ticket. So what is different about that experience?
Oh, no, so one of the buildings asked us, is this going to be an upscale venue? We said, yes. Okay, what are you charging? So Jonathan said, well, the average ticket price is going to be about $135. But there might be times where we give discounted tickets or have special tickets for $75, and there might be a $500 ticket that includes, I don't know.
A table and maybe priority kind of experience. We're in the
And what is
experience.
that?
That might be like a unique experience with a couple performers before you enter the other room.
I got it. Like meet the band before the show kind of thing.
Back with the cast, that kind of thing.
Got it.
We call that a meet and greet.
That's right, sorry. I don't know the professional term. Yikes.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to thank everybody for coming today, and we are definitely, like all of you, between a rock and a hard place here. My vote to support this application is not because I really want this business. I understand the traffic concerns in this area, but I'm working against a 3,500 person venue, and so I think we feel like we're trying to help here.
No.
Could you all please?
I do realize that in my position, I usually please nobody, and so I would just continue that. And I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. There will be no service of alcohol by any of the actors, which is illegal. That the applicant will hire a community liaison tasked with dealing with the public. That there will be a hotline for the community to call to report any problems, and that the community liaison will in real time address the issues. That you will have a security guard that will clear the streets 30 minutes after closing to make sure that there will be three security guards that will clear the streets on all around and make sure that audience members are not staying and chatting about the show outside. You are limited to running one show at a time. You are limited to one show per day during the weekdays, 2 shows a day on Saturday and Sunday.
No Friday and Saturday, no Sunday.
I'm sorry, what, Friday then is a weekday?
Can't we have
I'm
Friday
sorry.
night?
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday, 2 shows.
Commissioner, we would We would ask that we could have 2 shows on Friday and 2 shows on Saturday, and potentially on Sunday, a matinee and a show?
Yes, so 2 shows on Friday, 2 shows on Saturday, 1 show on Sunday, and you can do 2 shows on federal holidays. And that there be at least
We were just
100.
asking, Commissioner,
Yep.
about having a potential matinee on Sunday. It's just hard to lock in the schedule.
Not 2 shows on Sunday.
Yeah, that's
A
1
matinee?
show on Sunday. I don't care what time
Could we
you
also
do
have
it.
an evening show?
We were asking for a matinee and an evening show on Sunday. We're happy to make the evening show on Sunday a little earlier, but allow us to have a matinee show.
Okay.
I mean, she was giving you the matinee show. What she was canceling was the evening show.
No, but that's what we're saying. We would like to have both.
And would have an earlier evening show.
And we'll have an earlier evening show.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. All right, so okay, so you can do 2 shows on Friday, 2 shows on Saturday, 2 shows on Sunday, that there's 120 minutes between the end of your first show and the beginning of your next show.
120
I don't think
minutes,
we can do
that becomes very complicated on a
Friday.
On a Friday
Well,
and Saturday
it depends
night.
what the all-out time is. So if you have the first show at 7.
Well, then you can't, then don't do 2 shows on Friday. I mean, it's gonna be, if you do a 6 to 8 and then you try to fill that space again from 9 to 11, that's what the community is trying to avoid. It's that the whole night, basically, there are people standing on their street corner. And on Friday nights, no ambulances can come in, and they basically lost their home for Friday
But
night.
120 minutes, so the last show ends, I just don't know if that's the right number. If the last show ends, it only takes, it doesn't take 120 minutes for the people to get
Takes a
out.
half
And
an hour.
The show starts, people don't come till the show starts. Does that make sense, Commissioner Van?
Yeah, no, I get it. So how about you have to
it's
clear the
an
streets
hour.
for 30 minutes, so then 90 minutes until the next show starts. I just want there to be some window where people can breathe and feel like, okay, now the streets are clear and I can go walk my dog. Like, I mean, people.
I don't believe that will impact the neighborhood, but respectfully,
Oh, really?
No,
excuse
you
me,
will
I
impact the
will-
neighborhood.
No, but accepting
You will
that,
impact the neighborhood,
Yeah,
sir.
there'll be some extra people, that's fine. I get that, but I think it's only an hour, like on a Friday, I just know, we have all the data. People will leave after a half an hour, and they'll have a full half hour of emptiness. Well, it's not, you're not worried about, you're just worried that it gets super crowded.
On the
I think
street.
On a Friday night, it doesn't seem to me, with all respect to everyone,
and
I'm not sure why that matters.
we've brought all the people inside to line up. So when the people are coming for the second show, it's actually internally.
It just makes it impossible for us to run our business. If we, an hour just seems to me, I've been doing this a long time, since donkey shows, all my shows, with an hour, you have a lot of time for the people who've completely left, and then people will trickle back in for the next show.
That's all internally, right?
The people lining up are all internal.
Yeah.
So if we make it 60 minutes, that's manageable?
That would be good, yes.
Yeah, but they can't do anything beyond 16,
It's a
All
3-hour
right, why don't,
experience.
all right,
Because
why
it's
don't
not
you?
like a Broadway show.
Gentlemen, this isn't a negotiation. Okay.
I was just trying to explain, I'm sorry.
I understand. Commissioner is setting forth her conditions for approval.
Look, I'm trying to make this work for you.
Yeah, I appreciate
60 minutes is what Arthur said is they can make it
But I
work.
also want the community to have some time that it's their streets and that they know that there's not going to be audience member moving back and forth. So how about you stick to why don't you, Friday night you can do 1 hour, but Saturday, Sunday, we give it 120 minutes and then you just need to allocate your show time accordingly. I think audience members can adjust to what you're trying to do here.
That's fine.
I don't think
So just
anyone's
so
going to complain.
I'm writing it down. So Saturday and Sunday.
We'll go.
How much?
Mr. Vic,
Yeah,
we'll
so
go through all
Saturday,
these things.
so Saturday and Sunday, there needs to be 120 minutes before your show ends and the next show starts. And Friday, you can do 60 minutes. How's that?
Okay.
That's fine.
One show.
One show on Friday?
One show.
One
show every day.
Keep going.
It's a dark day.
Could everybody please, Commissioner Fan is trying to go through her proposed conditions.
I'm really trying.
And we don't need the supporters and the opposition either trying to negotiate with her or yell over her while she's doing that.
Sorry, they're home.
Mr. Victor, stop moving the papers around, please, next to
All
the
right,
microphone.
so, there are to be no deliveries between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And that garbage would be removed outside at 11 p.m. And there is, as you said, not going to be any alcohol moving within the building at all. And that you will, and the security guards that are doing the clearing also, unfortunately, be enforcing the no car idling rule that actually exists, that they can actually just go up to cars if people are idling, Ubers are waiting, that they will tell them to turn the engine off for the health and safety of the residents in the area.
Can that be handled by the separate traffic monitors, or does it have to be licensed security?
That's fine with me. If you want to hire those bodies, it's fine. And the last thing is that you will send the logistics email before show multiple times to audience members explaining that there are difficult traffic conditions in the area and that you encourage them to get dropped off of those points that we had discussed before. And such email should be and needs to be approved by the community board before you start operations.
May we also send it to the authority in case?
It doesn't matter, as long as you come to us with a letter where Susan says it's okay.
Thank you.
We'll do our best, but.
No, you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it.
No one here is gonna be able to take, we don't have the time to review that. and
There's
get to
no
those
do our
negotiations.
best, just get her approval.
But, so Susan says no, this never opens.
Well, no, that's not the case.
That's-
Then you come back here.
Thank you, that's all.
Commissioner Fan, are you putting a cap on the occupancy and the hours?
So the occupancy will be 500 audience members and no more than 150 staff. And the hours will be Sunday through Thursday. Alcohol service ends at 10. Bodies out by 11. And Friday, Saturday, and nights before federal holidays, alcohol service ends at 11 and bodies out by 12.
Respect.
Another thing is no free drinks. No free drinks. No free drinks. No alcohol is part of the show. None of that. Okay? I did my best. I
You
hope
did.
you guys understand that.
We do understand, but I have one question, if I may.
Sure.
Broadway closes one night a week. Why do we have to have two shows on Sunday, and why can't they just have a matinee and leave us in peace for the evening?
Yeah, let us sleep.
Let us at least have one night's sleep.
Probably 7 days a week.
Broadway
No, it does
actually
not.
plays.
Broadway closes. It's dark one night.
What day?
Some it's Sunday, some it's Monday. It's never 7 days a week. They have two shows on Wednesday and two on Saturday. We're giving them two shows.
Broadway
All right,
gets to fill
thank
it.
you, thank you.
All
She
right,
made,
would you
she
guys-
made her decision.
Would you guys
Thank
accept a Monday dark day?
We can't.
Not, with the occupancy to 500 out of 3,500.
hours.
With the hours, with everything else, with the security, the traffic cleaning, the street cleaning, the traffic monitors. It's closing, it's not as if, this is.
Wouldn't your Sunday evening show be earlier
Yes.
to begin with, if it's only
Yes.
120 minutes after the show, after the matinee? So you'd be out of there by 7 or 8 o'clock, wouldn't you think?
No.
No.
Since they start at 1, at 3, and then 5 to.
That's hard to, maybe make it an hour earlier.
Yeah, we can make it an hour.
We can make it an hour earlier. I mean, I don't want anyone to, on Sunday.
All right,
That
all right.
helps them.
Yep, let's do that. Your bodies have to be out on Sundays by 10 o'clock.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, so Commissioner Fan, just to go back to that. We were talking about everybody's out, excuse me, on Sunday at 10.
Everybody out at 10, service ends at 9.
Right, okay.
Commissioner Ford.
I know it may not seem like this to a lot of you there in opposition, but what we're trying to do is help the cause here by approving the license with these stipulations to control what happens there and how many people are there, because without it, they could potentially have 7 times as many people there. So this will keep it to 500 and do the best we can to, which is impossible to do, to try to make as many people happy as possible. So with all the stipulations that Commissioner Fan has noted, I vote to approve as well.
This was actually probably the hardest case I've ever done in 7 years that I've been here. I'm not denying every one of your concerns, public concerns, I get and are real. I'm not minimizing that at all. But I do also believe that these are professional gentlemen who, I'm basing that on their history, which has been with us for a decade at this point, and they have been professional in the regard of the running of their other establishment. I think that they are certainly willing, and I believe them when they say they don't want to have a negative effect on the neighborhood. I'm hoping that that is the case. I encourage all of you that if you see them breaking these stipulations, that you don't file, you should call obviously 311, whatever you need to do, but make sure that you file complaints with us as well. And we will certainly enforce every stipulation that Commissioner Fan just put on them. But I do believe that they are of the mindset that they are going to follow the stipulations. And I also think that there is a public interest in what they are providing. This isn't a bar or a restaurant. They're providing a theater experience, which is, other than the one other one that they run, is unique, not just for New York, but I think in most cities around the country. So based on that, I am going to approve with Commissioner Fan's stipulations, or conditions, I should say, not stipulations. But I do encourage the community to file complaints with us if these stipulations are not working. If they're not, and we end up with a violation, we'll bring them back in and we'll adjust them. But I think this was the best scenario for the community, because like I said, and Commissioner Fan tried to explain, if they came back and wanted just a beer and wine license, there's much less we could have done to limit their operations. Right now, based on the list of conditions she's put a significant amount of obligations on their shoulders. And as I said, I believe they're going to fulfill those obligations. If they don't, I expect to hear about it. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
I want to thank you, the three of you, and Commissioner Fan as well, on behalf of the community. Absolutely, we're not thrilled, but I know you put a lot of work into this, and I thank you for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Victor, these 3,000 pleasers, try not to do that to me again.
Do they have to come back to the community board for our approval, don't they? No, they don't, right?
Once they come up with the logistics, transportation-related email that will go to the audience, they will come to you for your approval. And I encourage you to really put in your best effort, talk to the people, the group of people behind you, and really figure out where are the best locations for drop-off and what is the best way to minimize the amount of traffic that's going around you, because I think that that is the biggest issue you have.
Well, it's a very big issue. And we would have liked that they don't have, that they coordinate with 40 Wall Street, because that's what makes it all, the Cipriani on Wall Street, all such a mess, but we will deal with it.
Well,
all right?
you're the mediator between those two businesses, so you can go ahead and figure out how to manage that. That's on you.
And I agree with Susan. Thank you very much for your time. And
thank
you.
Thank you.
I'm going to get off the record for a brief recess. We'll be back to that.
It's a team effort, nothing so long. We all
One thing about this.
It's a shame
They don't pay
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess, and back to Albany. I've been waiting patiently. We got agenda number 73, Beach Wine and Liquor Inc.
Good evening, everybody.
Early evening?
Somebody the proprietor of Beach Wine & Liquor Inc. After many typos and corrections, as for approval and public convenience and advantage, this store has been here. A store has been in this location for over 60 years. Mr. Patel took it over 20 years ago, albeit it was incorrect. Corporate instructions in place at the time were non-existent. I believe we cleared up those issues, and then we just come to you for your approval. The closest store is a little over a mile away. It actually, a few months ago, moved farther, had a removal, and moved to that location. They had been closer.
But we have no protests.
Okay. I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm voting to approve as well.
Patrick. Thank you very much, everybody.
Sorry you had to wait for all that, but I'm sure you learned a lot.
It was entertaining.
Little mistake cost me a lot of money. Little mistake, and I always been paying taxes for the last 20 years. But I haven't missed a single quarter.
Good to know.
All my taxes, but the mistake was just an S correction. And I really get very happy
I
for
understand.
the last 6 months.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Appreciate for your help with that.
Good luck.
All right, good luck.
All right, so back to the New York City office. Next is agenda number 113, Anna Wine and Liquor LLC. We actually got an email. There he is. Mr. Buckman?
No, we're good to proceed. We're good to proceed.
You're going to proceed? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You said, Donald?
113, yeah.
What is Bookman here for?
Who's the applicant's attorney?
Applicant's attorney is Charles Lynn,
Go ahead.
and Mr. Bookman is here. He represents Related Management, who's the landlord of the premises. With me,
I'm sorry, Mr. Lynn, I couldn't understand you. Mr. Bookman, you're here to do what?
I represent Related, Max Bookman, and we're gonna be splitting our 5 minutes, 4 minutes for Mr. Lynn and 60 seconds for me in support of the application.
Oh, all right. Is there any opposition there?
Yeah.
All right, let the opposition go.
Hello, my name is Sanjay Bhavsar. I'm the owner of Winebook Inc. at 554 West 30th Street, 1001. We purchased this property in 2012 when, as you know, the Hudson Yards has rapidly developed. In 2012, there was nothing there. And we were relying on construction workers that were building all those, the vessel and all the residential properties just to keep us afloat. It wasn't until 2019 when Hudson Yards opened and that we started to see some sort of profit. And then obviously in 2020, when COVID hit, residential went down, commercial business was virtually non-existent. And because of the dramatic development in the area, my rent has, I'm disputing my rent right as of now because they increased it significantly. There was also another liquor store, I don't know if it's approved or if it's pending, at 440 West 33rd Street in the Whole Foods area. I thought there was a hearing November 26, 2021. I did not get a notification so that I could contest. I'm contesting this because the rents in the area have gone up significantly due to the dramatic change in dramatic development in the area. So, and we have another.
Okay.
We have another.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Kevin Kim. I'm from Amster Wine, located on 475 9th Avenue. I just want to add just one more thing. On November 12th, there was a new liquor store license issued on 360 3rd Street. And there's we don't know if it's pending or it's licensed on November 26th for 440 West 33rd Street. Now this one is 500 West 33rd Street. So we have three new licenses being applied, and one is definitely already a license, and the second one we're not 100% sure. But I physically went there, and we saw the sign that is coming soon.
It's coming soon.
And so we are assuming that was also applied, already also approved. And this one is the third one that on the same street, pretty much, between 8th Avenue to 10th Avenue. All three licensed. So that's just one thing I wanted to add.
Just so you know, the reference to the application at 441 3rd, that was a matter that was submitted to be reviewed, to go to the full board, but there were some issues that's been sent back to the licensing examiner. So it's still pending.
Okay, and what about 360?
That was approved, Commissioner. That license was serial number 1335246 at 360 West 33rd Street.
Yeah, but that's a couple avenues over, right? That's fine.
Yeah, that's Moynihan. That's the Moynihan
Oh,
train.
I see. That's the train station. I get it.
Yes,
I get it. I remember
correct,
now.
yes.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that's really far.
Yeah, so before you get started here, I'm going to tell you where I'm at right now. I'm not putting another liquor store in this building. I realize the other one is in safekeeping, but based on our records, it's still there. So unless you can get me some type of commitment from them that they're not reopening,
That's why
I'm not going to approve this. And a verbal commitment's not going to do it. I need to see it in writing.
Yes, Chairman, I anticipated that. I have before me a surrender and termination of lease that was entered into by Citarella. It was executed on January 13th, 2021 for the surrender of the premises on January 31st, 2021. I apologize for not getting it to you earlier, but between the holidays and COVID, I was only able to get it yesterday afternoon. I made a copy that I can submit to Jonathan here if you wish, and it specifically surrenders the premises. So therefore, in public convenience and advantage, even though the license is in safekeeping, it's not a premises that's open and operating. It's not a premises that can open and operate because there's the equity of to re-entry is
Yeah,
gone.
but that's not our concern. I mean, just because the landlord-tenant relationship has terminated, it doesn't mean that they can't go back and say, hey, we have this in safekeeping. We're gonna move downstairs now or somewhere else or take a different space within Hudson Yards. It's sort of the right of the licensee holder to do so.
Why couldn't they surrender the license if they surrendered the lease?
They should surrender the license, but they haven't. And what Mr. Lin has.
We're gonna. I don't know where you guys are, but until that license is surrendered, I'm not putting this in there.
If I could just say, he's standing here representing the landlord. The licensee has returned possession of the space to the landlord. They have no further right to the premises. The right to the premises that they represented to you in the application, which was a lease, has terminated, and we have written proof of that, and I could further represent
But what they do have a right to is a right to remove from that space, and they're already licensed.
Well, I think they've attempted to remove and have failed to do so.
But they have not told. But who's to say they're not going to remove, like she just said, across the street?
Well, they don't have any superior right to remove to anybody else, and
no, but what I'm
Mr.
saying
Lin's
is
client
that
has basically beat
they
them.
they are currently licensed, even though the lease is not there. That their license is in safekeeping. We just had this 6 months ago. Why you could not get them to surrender the license when they surrendered the lease is beyond me.
Oh, no.
But
They put in an application to this, we had this 2 weeks ago. They went out to the island out of Southampton, and they put an application in to remove to Southampton, and there was
That was 9 months ago.
So
No,
why
no,
don't
no,
council
it wasn't
explain
that
to
much.
you the safekeeping?
Wait, hold on, you're
timeline?
telling me there's another application for Long Island?
He's referring.
No, there were two.
Hold up, Mr. Lynn. Mr. Lynn?
Yes.
He's referring to the request for reconsideration that was before you within the past few meetings.
Right.
You disapproved it some time ago.
Yeah.
But more recently, there was a request for reconsideration before you.
And we disapprove that too.
Yes.
So what, so they're keeping the license in order to sue on the denial of the removal? Because they already own another store out there.
We can't speak to that, Mr. Chairman, but the right to the premises that they have with you has ceased. They don't have possession of the premises.
Listen, here's where I stand, and I'm not speaking for the other two. Until we either get a surrendered license, or I get a letter from Citarella that they have no intention of opening in that area again, I'm not putting another one in that building.
So,
Here's,
yeah.
can I suggest something to you? Because I suspect they're represented by counsel, they're represented by Kevin Dano. You contact him. And my guess is that they're not planning to be in that location or in the neighborhood. So they may, even though they might not surrender their license, they may be willing to give you a letter that confirms that much.
That's all I need.
Which would allow the board to make a public convenience and advantage determination on this application without any risk that a licensee that already is in the neighborhood would then somehow challenge that by saying, no, we're gonna come back.
I think that's a very fair request, and I would request that I have 2 weeks in the ability to do it. I know Mr. Danow, and it'd be easily for me to communicate this to him.
All right, thank you.
All right, so
You got it.
119.
Correct, yes. Thank you.
Sounds good.
And if you know that you can't get it, Mr. Lynn, if you know that for some reason you can't get it, but you can contact me about your results if for some reason you can't come back with that letter, and we can discuss it.
I'm already scheduled for the 19th on another matter. No problem.
All right.
Thank you.
Next is agenda number 40, that's First Manhattan Line Court.
You know, if nobody else said it, Happy New Year to everybody. Given what we had.
We forgot about that already.
I know, it seems like we're in 2023, but in any event, Martin Mailer of Mailer and Resemi for the applicant. The applicant is standing next to me. Just introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bing Jen. This is my wife, Mindy Ma.
Hi, everyone. Happy New Year.
I don't.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's any opposition here today. If there is, we'll step aside.
I didn't know which side you were standing on, because the last time that you were in here on this location, you were the opposition.
That's not true. And I said that, no. What happened
Didn't you represent all the opposition when Total Wine tried to go to this exact plaza?
Yeah, 200
Well,
stores.
the exact plaza, but one of the stores I did not represent that day was the store that was in this space. If I may, there was a store in this space. It was called Hartsdale Wine Shop, Inc. It was under a serial number 1183584. It was one of the stores that were in opposition to the total application. That was about 100 feet away from this location. This applicant is looking to go back into the Hartsdale space. The Hartsdale space lost its license for disciplinary reasons. This board has been consistent, at least giving, I understand this is a new application. I understand that the 4 closest stores and everything comes into consideration. But everything about this, as far in terms of what the authority, its policy has been, this would just be replacing a store that was there. It is a store that is not total. It is not 25,000 square feet. It is not looking to reach out to the entire county of Westchester. It's just it just hopes to be a local neighborhood store reaching out a mile, 2 miles to get the patrons that had and customers that had frequented Hartsdale prior to this application. All the indicia of what you look for is present here. Granted, the population hasn't increased by too much, but
Well, that's the first thing I look at. So not everything is present.
Well, but I mean, you must admit there were increases, not great increases, but there were increases. There were increases about 7% over 9. Mr. Chairman, that's not the main reason here. This is located within a shopping center, a main shopping center in Hartsdale. It has a supermarket that, by the way, took the place of where Total was going to be. It is a supermarket that caters to an Asian population. There's an ever-increasing Asian population within this area of Westchester. I pointed that out in my exhibit that was attached to my presentation. All of the stores in the area have shown increases. You're going to come back with a COVID bump. That Hartsdale store did about $1.5 million. The stores, the 4 closest stores, which were the rivals of the Hartsdale store, went up by $6.5 million in 1 year. Granted, there is a COVID bump. When you go up 30, 40, 50%, I submit it's greater than what the COVID bump gave to most of the stores. This is merely a replacement. This is putting a store back in competition with the other 4 stores, which have been there for a number of years. We're not, in a sense, adding a new store to the area, and I would hope that you would understand. The applicant, if you'd like to talk to him, will try to explain to you that with that H-Mart, which is in that shopping center, along with the Christmas store and a number of other stores, there is a thriving Asian population that frequents that shopping center. This liquor store will complement that. In addition to the normal fare that you have in a liquor store, he wants to concentrate in Asian products. He also is someone who can detail to the patrons that come in that what food they are looking to serve that evening can be complemented by the Asian products that he intends to sell. So we have an increase in population, granted not much. We have an increase in all of the existing stores. We're merely replacing a store that had been there for 14 years. It is in a major shopping center, if I may add. Yes, this is a driving community, but the closest store is almost a mile away. In fact, all of the stores are just around. I'm sorry, what?
30 seconds.
Okay, well, in wrapping up, I would submit that public convenience advantage has been served. If you'd like to talk to the applicant, he's here, and ask him any questions, or ask me any questions you'd like.
I see they don't have any experience. Do they have any relatives that own liquor stores?
Do you have any relatives?
Okay, I was actually running a supermarket as a general manager, so I went through all the details about the retail business. I love wine and spirit, and I understand about the Asian cuisine. So I don't physically sell wines before, but for the retail business, I'm very familiar with. And also during the COVID-19.
Do you have any relatives that own liquor stores?
No, I don't.
Okay. And who is that? Your wife? Is she going to be with you in this?
Yeah. In addition, just so you know, she translates. She currently is a translator, and he speaks Chinese, and she is an official translator, and that also helps with the Asian population that will frequent the store. And she does intend on helping him on weekends.
Who she translate for? We could use her here.
I was going to say.
All right, I got explain.
Actually, there's a difference between translator, which is mainly for written language. I'm an interpreter, verbal interpreter, which is what the Spanish interpreter was doing here earlier. I work in a hospital. I'm a medical interpreter.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just want to confirm, Jonathan, there's no one signed in for opposition in this?
No, there's no opposition.
We did get 2 protest letters from 2 of the closest 4 stores.
Yeah, and let me just state for the record, just so that the record's clear, the population increase that Mr. Mailer refers to is a website that he's quoting from that has a projection through 2019 only, which is 2 years old, and even that projection shows a population increase of, I think, about 1% per year.
I did not stress the population side of it.
I understand. He also references a recent denial by the board of a liquor store on Tarrytown Road on March 31st, 2021, rejected for lack of public convenience and advantage as being essentially immaterial because it's in another zip code. Actually, that store is 1.9 miles away, and 2 of its closest 4 are in common with this applicant, 2 of its closest 4.
I again suggest that all that's happening here is the replacement of an existing store. That is different from when a new applicant comes into an area. I realize there was a rejection. It was 1.9 miles away. There were 2 rejections, one for a large store that was out of whack with what is in that area, and I would suggest that other the denial really should not come into play. I think there are only 2 stores that are currently within the 4 existing stores that were also within the sphere of the applicant that filed in White Plains. I noted all of this in my written presentation, so I didn't think I had to do it again, but
You don't.
Yeah,
We
there's a slightly different spin on it, and I want to make sure that the members have the complete record before them. Also, yeah.
I mean, so what you're saying is this likely would have been the 5th or 6th closest store that we rejected?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I have a moment with council, please?
Sure. We're going to go on a brief recess conference with council. So we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
Okay. Well, I think, any more questions? I think we're ready now.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
All right, given that this is next to an H Mart, I think there is public convenience and advantage. I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
And it also replaces an existing store that was there before, so I'm going to approve as well.
And Chairman
I'm actually going to vote to deny because of the one that we denied in March, although I can see the public convenience and advantage. All right, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next is agenda number 90. That's CHATEAU Restaurant Lounge LLC.
What? I'm sorry, what?
That's
Isn't that-
agenda number 90. Did you sign up for that? That's
Lake
CHATEAU
Lake-
Restaurant.
Donald, it's 98.
It's 98.
Yeah.
98.
Work on your penmanship.
I've been told that my entire life.
I see you're listening.
You know what? With the computer, it got even worse. I don't write anything anymore. So.
See, I tell people mine got worse because of age, but you obviously don't want to.
No, I'm beyond age. I don't disagree with that either.
Okay, so 98. That's Lake Liquor Inc.
Correct. Again, Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi. I have standing next to me the licensee. Please introduce yourself.
Doug Sybil.
I have a situation here where my client made a terrible, terrible mistake. His store, be it through his grandfather, through his father, through him, has been in this space for 65 years, has never caused the liquor authority any problems, but then he was caught up in something, and again, we referenced Total. There was also a Total that attempted to open up in Suffolk County. As a result of that store, or at least the possibility of that store opening up, and the fact that he was being squeezed by the store in Westbury, he spoke to some people very informally, and they did a very stupid thing, and he regretted it the minute he did it. The minute this body denied the Total application in Stony Brook, he said, "Goodbye, fellas, I really want nothing to do with this." But, and when I'm not using this at all as an excuse, but I would hope that this body understands that this gentleman has been a good licensee that made a very, very, very bad mistake and will have to pay for it. But hopefully that this body will accept the penalty that's been suggested.
I get a kick out of you guys when we get these cases, because nobody's going to call this actually what it is. You call the situation, your partner calls it borrowing.
I didn't call it borrowing. That what happened was there was a group
Your
purchase.
partner does, when your partner does when he has cases in front of us involving co-op buying. That's what this is.
Mr. Chairman, I told him to go into that. We cooperated completely. I told him to tell the truth. I'm not going to deny that he entered into an agreement with others to purchase alcohol.
I'm sure he's regretful. I'm not questioning that he's not regretful. But in the situation, in the seat I'm sitting in, the only way that I feel like I can stop this from happening, and I don't even believe I can stop it, but the only way I can actually deter people from doing it is canceling licenses. And I'm of the opinion that anybody that takes part in this, I don't care whether you're the ringleader or the guy that's holding the liquor or you're the one doing the trading, that they should all lose their licenses. Because what they are doing is affecting the competitive balance of the market. And they are doing it at the expense of their colleagues, their competitors. And whether Total Wine is there or not, if you think Total Wine is getting an unfair advantage, go change the law. But until then, my view of this is that these should be canceled. Because this is, if you're a liquor store, other than sale to minor, the worst thing you can do.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't want to engage in any sort of argument with you, but you've got to understand this is not someone that was looking for the opportunity to go in with other people. He panicked. He did a stupid thing because of Total. In terms of making this a level playing field, Total has taken the word level and thrown it out the
Then
window.
change the law. Then
You know,
get them together as a group. Their industry associations are some of the strongest industry associations I have ever come in contact with, whether it be in the liquor industry or any industry. So this isn't the solution. And the only way I see your client, and I get he's been in business since 1965, but the only way we can stop people from doing this is to take the license.
Mr. Chairman,
Because
with respect,
that's the penalty that shows other people that it's not worth it.
believe me, he will never come close to doing anything like this again. And may I also add that you've already accepted a $20,000 civil penalty from
I get
someone else.
that. That's probably why he's getting it. What I'm telling you going forward is they're not getting it again. No one's getting money CNCs on co-op buying anymore. On both sides, we're doing cancellation. If there's a ringleader, we'll revoke him. They'll go to hearing, but we're not doing this anymore. Because every time you guys come in, you tell me how remorseful people are and why they had to do it. I get it, but the competitive balance is why we're sitting here. That's our job.
I hear what you're saying. I hope the entire industry hears what you're saying. I don't think you're kidding around, but I would ask that that with respect to this client, that you accept the $20,000 civil penalty that was suggested.
Go ahead, Donald.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm only respecting that this has been licensed in 65 and it's a family business, so I trust that this was a mistake, a big mistake, and I'm gonna accept $20,000, but please. Thin line.
Commissioner Ford?
I will accept $20,000 for the same reason as Commissioner stated, only because of how long you've been there with no history. But I'm in full agreement with the chairman as stating it, from the mountaintop right now to everybody and anybody listening, that this is it, we're done with this.
I'm going to accept simply because the other co-conspirators in this violation also received $20,000. Other than the ringleader. But going forward, and I think council did hear me, and I've spoken to him about it before, the licenses are canceled.
Well, have a happy new year, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next item is agenda number 2. That's Shalom Delight Incorporated.
Hi.
Go ahead and introduce yourself and your client, please.
He's talking to you, Mr. DeLuca.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick DeLuca. This is my client, Ms. Cardoza. Ms. Cardoza, I see from your memorandum that you were concerned about her ability to operate this location because of its previous adverse history. She has, prior to now, been operating a place in Amityville at 58 Albany Avenue for about 16 months. That was also had a very serious adverse history, and she was able to turn it around because she's not a lounge in any way. She's a 10 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night restaurant, closed on Saturdays for religious purposes. And the only reason she gave this up and had to find another location was the landlord basically found a way to terminate part of her lease, which would have cut the premise in half. So she found another location in Amityville so she could retain her customers, and that's what this is. This place is, again, has had a better reputation.
Why wouldn't she just have put in for a removal?
Because she sold the premise to someone who went from her seating to 6 seats.
Say that the landlord, didn't you initially say that the landlord raised the rent and she got rid of it?
No,
he cut the premise in half. He took away the dining room and left them with 6 seats. The new person
So then
had no
that's my
problem with
question.
that.
Why didn't she, at that point, why didn't she do a removal?
Because she sold it, and you can't do a removal and sell it at the same time.
Well, then that's what she did. She sold it. It wasn't the landlord. All right, go ahead.
No, the only reason that her operation at 58 included a second dining room, and the landlord terminated that part of
And
the
I
lease.
I understand you. I was looking for the motivation.
So, Mr. DeLuca, she could have done a remove.
I was not aware of that. I thought it was an either or.
All right, continue.
So how is she doing this whole business for $12,000?
That was another question.
She just took it directly from the landlord. There was no purchase at this location. That was
But
simply a
how's she gonna,
calculation.
her rent is $3,500.
Right.
Her security deposit presumably is $3,500. She's
Right.
got to hire staff, pay for insurance, buy food, buy liquor.
Everything
How are we
was
doing
there.
that? How are we doing that with $12,000? Well, actually,
She
not
didn't buy-
12,000. She's starting with 7,000 already gone. So how's she doing that with $5,000?
She moved over all of her inventory from the old location to the new location. She's been operating it without alcohol since April, and there was no purchase. So that's all it took her.
And is your husband involved in the operation?
No. Good afternoon. My name is Arlie Cardoza. No, my husband is not. It's only me, the worker.
And what does he do?
Video and photography.
Video photography?
Like
Yes.
weddings and stuff?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca, when you say she moved her inventory.
No.
No. I gotta ask. You're not talking about the alcoholic beverages, are you?
No. No, there was a transfer of billing. No, that went to the new person with a liquidator's permit.
Okay.
All right.
All right, I'm going
There is
to,
no liquidator's permit.
since this is a beer and wine, I'm going to vote to approve 10 p.m. across the board, recorded music only.
I approve on the same terms.
I approve on the same terms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Next is agenda number 35, Los Amigos, Deli, Bodega, HISPANA, CORP.
Say the number again?
35. 30, but that's 30.
Yes, good afternoon, Matthew Leone for the licensee, and also with me is David Tavares, who is the licensee's principal. This matter is here before you after a hearing. I submitted a written controversion, but we're here today to ask the board to impose a civil penalty or a civil penalty with a suspension period, but to allow Mr. Tavares to keep his license. Pointed out some mitigating factors. The video machines were taken by the police. They're not going to be allowed back in the store again. Spoken to Mr. Tavares. He doesn't want them in the store at all. The room where the machines were kept.
That's big of him since they're illegal.
Right. Well, in speaking with Mr. Tavares, though, he has told me that the business, without having the machines, without the people coming in, that the business itself is operates much better. It keeps the certain people out of the store. The store itself is new. Mr. Tavares took it over in May of 2020, I believe. Well, that's when the license was issued. It's a clean store. It's well lit. It offers the neighborhood and the customers a good shopping experience. It's clean. It's safe. Mr. Tavares renovated the store when he took it over. In terms of the violations
Are you telling me that he wasn't licensed at this location before 2020?
That's true. May of 2020 is when. the licensor.
Who was licensed at this location before?
Yeah, so, yeah, this location was previously licensed. Mr. Tavares worked at the store previously. It was owned by his aunt.
Now,
And then there was a corporate change to move it to this. Are you aware that the prior licensee also had similar charges, gambling, etc.? So
yes,
that's why previously the CNC offer was rejected by us, and it was cancel and bond. We countered a cancel and bond, and then they asked for reconsideration. We countered again at cancel and bond.
Right.
Yeah, now he's gone to hearing and lost all the charges. Just for the record, I read your controversial letter very carefully, and I think that you have some confusion over what's hearsay and what isn't hearsay, what's a matter of weighing the evidence and what isn't, what's a credibility determination and what isn't. I would advise the board that making credibility determinations that are distinct from an ALJ's determination when the ALJ watched the witnesses it creates issues. But I do credit that with respect to count one only, that because no gambling was viewed as taking place on that date, and just as a function of the fact that the pleading set forth that date as the date that gambling took place, that there is an evidentiary gap there. But with respect to count 6 on that date, the gambling device, seeing gambling take place on that day is not an element of that offense. All that matters for count 6 is that the machine was on the premises on that date, and that there was testimony as to that. And I do believe that the evidence that they were gambling machines as opposed to slot machines of skill, which I've actually never heard of, was connected up through the video and the video that the officer viewed and the testimony that he gave. On top of the fact that the things are behind the locked door, and the statement that the owner made when confronted with the violations, there was evidence to support the notion that those were gambling devices as opposed to games of skill. And I just wanted to make that clear on the record because I did not have a chance to put in a submission to responses to a detailed controversy. The other thing I would say is the notion that because it's an executive order, the law that is alleged to have been violated needs to be put into evidence, creative thought, but unsupported and unsupportable. The State Liquor Authority has a rule that requires it to consider violations of local regulations, which can be ordinances, municipal ordinances, state laws, town laws, and executive orders. And those are legal matters, not factual matters, and they're not even factual matters in dispute. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
All right.
Commissioner Fanny, he's on that other license, but I just checked, he's on as a manager, not as the owner.
Which is.
But that doesn't
significant.
really change anything for me. If he was managing it, then he knows that these gambling machines are not allowed, and he started the business with the same idea in mind. I really don't find that credible. It's not a mistake. It's just that you got caught.
It took us a while, 6 months. No, 8 months.
right, well, I mean, we're here, we are asking for really what amounts to a second chance. Mr. Tavares operates the
But giving
store.
him the license, the point is that giving him the license was already a second chance. Do you understand that?
Well, I mean, we're here, we're asking for, for another chance.
All right, Donna, we're ready.
All right, so the members are going to vote. Commissioner Fan?
I'm probably going to do whatever you do.
A fine with
The members
are voting. Yeah, the members are deliberating.
Internal.
Internally.
I can sense it.
I can't.
I'm gonna set the fine at 25,000.
Commissioner Ford?
And we're going to dismiss one.
Yes.
Sure. I don't know. What do you want?
I was at 10,000.
You're going the wrong direction.
No, we were at 17.5 before.
Were we?
And we counter at cancel and bond.
What did you say, Commissioner Pan? You said
25,000. Or cancel and bond. Those are the two options.
as opposed to cancel on, then I'll do 25,000 as well.
25,000.
Okay, thank you.
You sustain the rest of the.
And we
no,
will be
dis-
back, and we
dismiss-
will be back, so don't put those machines back.
Dismiss one and sustain all the
I
others.
would not.
Okay.
I
Okay,
make
great.
nice products. I don't need that no more.
Okay, great,
Yeah, I know.
thank
I
you.
have to tell you, do look at it.
Acting like we created.
Next item is agenda number 38. That's LA Steaks LLC.
Hi, how are you? My name is Allison Khan. I'm here in regards to LA Steaks.
And this is
Mark Lovey. It's Mark Lovey. He's a bartender, and he went through school for it, for alcohol training and awareness program. We have an issue that we were denied simply because they start when.
Wait, can I stop you there? Who is
Sure.
he?
He's Mark Lovey.
Mark Lovey.
He's the owner of the place?
No, he's a bartender, and he has a
That's what I thought you
certificate of
said.
completion. Okay,
Why is he here? This is on for a reconsideration of a 300
know.
or a 200-foot thing, right?
I just dragged him along, I'm sorry. I thought
Well,
we
the
would-
owner would have been more helpful, but I don't know that we need him either.
He has COVID. I doubt you'd want him here. He doesn't
Okay,
have COVID.
all right, so you can sit down, sir.
Okay, got it.
All right, go
Anyways,
ahead.
So I understand that the premises before this for 12 years had licensing, full licensing, prior to Mr. Ackerman taking over this premises and actually buying the building and literally buying it so that he could run a kosher steakhouse, which does provide liquor for the customers. This is not a bar. We simply serve the liquor to those people.
Ma'am, this is here because it was denied because it was determined you were within 200 feet of a school or church. That's the issue we need to talk about.
Yes, okay. The
Go
entrance.
ahead. Why don't we stop and let council surmise this?
Yeah, I think I
Summarize.
like what I have to say. So the request for reconsideration suggested that the grandfather rule applies here because there was another business there before the door moved.
Yes.
The new door making it within 200 feet. The law is actually not explicit as to whether the moving of a door would invoke the grandfather rule. But there is precedent that if the door is a temporary door, it should not be treated as a permanent door for purposes of the 200-foot measurement.
Yes.
And we do have facts in the record that suggest that this door was put in place temporarily because of COVID-19. So on that basis, because it's a temporary door, it would be within the authority's power to say that the 200 foot was not. That would be my.
Okay.
All right, I will vote to reconsider and send this back to licensing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
great
Thank you.
night. And Happy New Year. Take care.
Happy New Year.
I was going to mention one more thing, even though school gets out at 2:30 and this place operates only from 5 p.m. They only open up for dinner
You should have quit waving your hand.
Good
Thank you.
As if we have any discretion.
I think I missed one signed in from Matthew Leone, but that's item number 54 and 55. That's Restaurant De La Mora Inc.
Matthew? 1 second.
Oh, my goodness.
He's coming
That
down.
theater took the stuffing out of him. I said that theater took the stuffing out of him. Have you been to the other one?
Think no more? Yeah.
Is it good?
It's all right. I mean, some people really like it. It's not my thing.
Not your thing.
I'm not a Shakespeare person.
Go ahead.
Hi, Matthew Leone again for the licensee, Restaurant De La Mora, Inc. This is a conditional no contest offer to settle the matters for $10,000. I had expected the licensee's principal to come today. He was traveling yesterday, and I haven't heard back from him, so I don't know if he got stuck. So I don't know if you want to see him and speak to him, or you'll consider this offer to settle the cases. But what these charges have to do with was the outdoor structure that had been built. There were two, actually. There was one was the curbside structure, and there was one that was up against the premises. I guess the issues were the windows on either side.
So Mr. Leone, Leone, the true issue is that somebody visited him on January 25th and told him that they were in violation. He said that the city said they are legal. We told him, no, they are in violation. Hence the first violation. We go back a week later, 2 weeks later, and not only is the same one up and operating as we told him it shouldn't be, but he put another one up. That's what the issue is. That's what the problem is.
After already being summarily suspended for executive order violation.
So I'll be honest with you. Had he just done the first one, and then that's all we had, I'd probably be giving him a $1,000 fine. But now, because he basically stuck his thumb in his nose at us, I want to make more than what you've offered.
Right, well, so
given his adverse history.
Mr. Leone, have you seen how much he's paid, your client has paid in civil penalties since like 2017? It's over $50,000.
Commissioner,
Part of
yes.
his business plan? Is it part of his business plan just to pay penalties?
No, look, not at all. You know, and you're right. He has paid a lot of fines, and a lot of that had to do with, you know, that was all the method of operation, where, you know, there was music, DJs when there shouldn't be. It was operating more as a club, and he made a lot of changes. It's become a restaurant. Yeah, absolutely. But now, you know, he made the changes. He's a restaurant. I'm not sure that the structure that's against the premise, that was against the premises. I could tell you, I went by yesterday, that the structure that's against the premises.
Do you understand the structures now? Do you understand now now it's irrelevant? He can have any structure. He can have any structure now that the city of New York tells him he can have. Yes. This was during a period of time that you had to dine outdoors, and outdoors meant 2 open sides. That's yes. Not in effect anymore. So he can build, if the city of New York lets him build a whole block worth of structures, we don't care.
I find it hard to believe that right now you're telling us two things, that you don't know where your client is, but then yesterday you were at the licensed premise.
Correct.
And so was he there yesterday, or you can find him? Like, what's going on? Because you seem to care more than your client does.
No, that's not it. It just I went by the premises yesterday in the afternoon. I just wanted to take a look to see what exactly was there. So the curbside structure is there, and so what had happened is he did have the 2 open sides, but there were basically 2 windows on each side. Only one of which was open.
You're repeating yourself. We told him it was illegal, and he built another one. Yeah, that's what the issue is here.
No,
Yeah, and
I don't think that's
agree
what
with
happened.
Chairman.
No,
Yeah.
look, if that's what happened, I would agree with you, but I don't think that's what happened. I think that other structure may have been there the first time also. I don't think he built that in
Well,
between
our
the
investigator
first and
says
second.
differently.
No,
The
I
issue is,
think they noticed.
he
I'm
offered the
sorry.
same excuse you're offering for both violations after he was confronted by our investigator, and our investigator told him he was breaking the law. He was on notice that that serving inside a space without two completely open sides was a violation of the law. We went back 2 weeks later and he was still doing it. That's what happened, at a minimum. After he had already been suspended for executive order violations. That's the record that we have.
Tom, did I do these? I didn't do that summary. It wasn't me at this place.
Let me go look. That wouldn't necessarily be a reason for you to recuse yourself, because it's a separate matter, but I'll go check.
Yeah, but I think we're going to be on the same page.
And with,
No, she was only checking for.
with $40,000 in that prior summary suspension penalty, that means that it was very close to a cancellation.
Now, you voted on this.
Okay. All right, Donald, I think we're ready.
Which just shocks me
You
that,
voted on the.
that he is not responsible enough to show up today.
Well, in terms of, I'm guessing, but I think he may have gotten caught up in the, maybe with the delays or cancellations in traveling. When I heard from him over the weekend, he said he was out of New York and he was due to come back yesterday so that he would be back in time today, but I have not heard. So I think there is a chance that he may have, his travel plans may have gotten delayed. But if you'd like to see him, I would be happy to come back 2 weeks from now. If you want to speak to him, talk to him, question him.
I don't know, I don't care. Look, I will accept the 10,000, but this is it. It's the final time.
I'm with Commissioner Fan. Let's just get on with our lives, but this is his last chance for gas. This is it.
Chairman Brown.
I'm at 20, but it's 10,000's accepted. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and I will certainly speak to him and relay the board's sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is agenda number 118. That's Club FINCA Bar and Grill Inc.
Another one.
Hello, my name is Sam. I'm the representative of La Pinga Group Bar and Grill, and he's the owner. Is the
Hello, my name is Alvin Infante. I'm the owner applicant.
So you already had a deal with the community board that you reneged on before you even got to us.
I'm sorry?
The community board says that you had an agreement with them in the police department and that they've indicated that you've already reneged on that deal. That you were going to notify the police department and the community board when you had promoted events, and you went and had them anyway and never notified them.
That it's not 100% correct. I have been in constant communication with the precinct and both the community board.
Well, are you aware the community board took back their support?
I was not aware of that. They haven't notified me of anything of that nature. Like I said, I'm in constant communication with the precinct, and last conversation I had with them yesterday, they assured me there were no issues and everything was fine.
And then let me ask you this, you submitted a temp application in May of 2021.
Correct.
Prior to the surrender of the existing license, which was surrendered in June of 2021. Which is fine. Yet, your contract of sale of the business is dated October of 2021. So you basically were running the business from June through October and you didn't actually own it?
No, there was a typo on that. I actually signed the contract on October 2020, and that's when we started the whole process of getting the transfer of license.
You fix that? So then was the business closed after October 2020?
The business has some months that were closed due to COVID restrictions. Then it was still being operated under the old owner until we got all the paper.
But you owned it.
We were in contract, but it wasn't 100% executed until we get approval from the liquor authority.
So you didn't have the closing until when?
We didn't have the closing until we got finally approved and got the letter from the community board, and then we were in the process of surrendering the old license, and then we got our temp.
So when was,
Which was in June 2021. I spent over 4 months going back and forth with the community board and the precinct because the prior owner before was not cooperative at all, and we have managed to overcome that and run a clean business since.
Well, like I said, we're hearing different from the community board.
I know, it sounds like you're just basically hosting concerts, and it seems like you're a musician yourself and performing there or something?
We have live DJ. I do play music, what's it called? Acústico. So like, guitar.
That's not what you're applying for.
You're supposed to be a restaurant.
We are a restaurant with live with DJ and so the application
That's not in your application, sir. You applied for a restaurant that closes at 11 p.m.
With recorded music and a jukebox.
You have endless promoted events. You're hosting basically concerts there.
Did you look it up?
No.
Where he's singing.
So in the application, we submitted a recorded DJ and juice box, and hours that we requested for were until 3 a.m. From Monday through Saturday.
Your application is for recorded music and a jukebox, no DJ, no live music.
And we will not close for private events, no promoters.
No promoters.
We don't have any promoters. And I mean, there must be a miss because the application I'm holding in front of me says DJ as well.
You have the method of operation form in front of you?
The what?
Yeah, method of operation form.
That's correct. That's what I have in front of me. Recorded, DJ, and jukebox.
And all those little boxes are checked off, you're saying, and what you have?
That is correct. I could present it to the gentleman here if you wish me to.
No, what about live music? Because it sounds like you're doing concerts.
No. We're not doing concerts. That was a one-time event. The agreement with the community board was, to inform them, and that's what I did. And I also, like I said, informed the precinct that we're going to have that one-time event, and it was in the clear. So I'm not sure where the miscommunication is coming from. Like I said, I haven't received any complaints from the community board since, or I wasn't aware that they have pulled the support.
I don't know what you say or your rep says you handed in to us, unless he filed an amended sheet, which he hasn't said he does. He did. You did not ask for DJ live music. You certainly did not ask to have concerts, and you indicated no promoted events. Now, we have a document from you, signed by you, that says you want you want recorded music and a jukebox, and that's it. So somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Somebody must have screwed.
By mistake, we can do the amendment by DJ.
All right, so I'm going to vote to deny, and you guys can come back again when you figure out what your operation is and what you actually intend to do. You can go back to the community board and start the conversation again. I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford
Yeah, blatant mistakes here on, I'm voting to deny as well.
and Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny, and I would suggest coming forward, because you got a video on the internet that shows that you weren't operating as a restaurant. It was the middle of a COVID crisis in the Bronx, and New York State, obviously, in the entire country, but the Bronx was particularly hard hit. I was up there in June, and you have several hundred people in your establishment, none with masks on, and everybody's in there acting like it's June of 2019. So if that's not a restaurant. And it certainly isn't the way you were supposed to be operating in the middle of COVID. So I would suggest that you come back, but you don't ask for the DJ or the promoted events, because I'm not going to give them to you.
No problem.
But I'm voting to deny.
Thank you.
Donald, can I just have 2 minutes?
We're going to take a brief recess. We'll go back to.
Immediate.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next item is agenda number 109. That's a request for declaratory ruling regarding 231 West 4th Street.
What was the number again?
109.
Chairman, I would note that I believe all of us, Secretary Roper, received an email, two emails today.
Yes.
From individuals opposing the declaratory ruling. I'm not going to go into the substance of them.
This declaratory ruling?
Yes.
Yeah, I did get one.
It appears that, just in general, that the parties want this matter to be considered subject to the 500-foot law, so it has to go through the community work process.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Donald Bernstein, on behalf of a future applicant, on a request for a ruling. I am not aware of that opposition. I have not seen them. I don't know what legal basis they have for opposing it.
I haven't seen them either, so it doesn't matter. I did see that we got them, but I haven't read them.
Okay. The space that we will be licensing has been licensed in September of 1970 by the same licensee, Zoner Restaurant Corp. They occupied it as Rivera Cafe continuously from September of 1970 until August of 2017. The licensee was owned by a family that is also the landlord and owner of the building. We have attached a letter addressed to the authority from Lori Bookbinder, who was a principal of the licensee as well as a principal of the landlord. After the restaurant closed, she says, she advised me that they had to evaluate the structural integrity of the building. It needed some work in order to be able to successfully market it to a successor restaurant. That took some time, and they put it on the market in 2018. It was difficult to rent during that time because of the market and also the fact that any tenant coming in would have to spend some substantial funds to do some work to improve the structural integrity of the building. She said that they had received offers in 2018, but none of those materialized. That continued in 2019. Then, of course, the COVID pandemic hit, and 2020 was a completely dead year. My client signed the lease for the space in June of 2021, and we are in the process of preparing our application. The letter from the landlord and former licensee confirms that since the last restaurant that occupied it since 1970 left, it has been vacant. There have been no intervening uses. It was always marketed to be a restaurant, intended to remain a restaurant, and now will be a restaurant with my client, consistent with the lease that was just signed about 7 months ago. So consistent with prior declaratory rulings, we request that the members find that this space is grandfathered under the 500-foot rule.
Okay, can I just say that it would not be consistent with existing rulings to grandfather this. We have not grandfathered a location that's more than 1 year vacant as being continuously licensed. Did your client pay to evaluate the structural integrity of the building?
I do not know the answer to that. But I can say that we have had a declaratory ruling for an excess of 1 year, and I know that because I handled it, and it involved space down in the South Street Seaport, and because of the hurricane that happened years ago, that space was rendered unmarketable for a period of time, and I believe that the members took that into account, and there was a gap of in excess of 2.5 years where space remained vacant, and it was ruled to be grandfathered under the 200-foot rule in that instance.
That's correct. And the reason, which was expressly stated in that ruling and in one other, was that the place could not have been licensed because of a natural disaster.
Correct.
And what I'm concerned about, Mr. Bernstein, is this story about the structural integrity is not in your submission. It's not in the letter from the landlord. The landlord's letter is unsworn. The story here is certainly helps you to try to align this case with those other cases. And yet, I don't see how the board can rely on that story if you can't even tell me that your client did the work that caused the place to be vacant in 2017 and 2018.
Well, I'm sorry. If I may respond to that.
You understand my point?
Yeah, I'm not using structural integrity as an excuse for delay. All I'm saying is that it was an issue that the landlord had to evaluate in determining how to lease the space. I think that what's more analogous here to the Seaport matter is the fact that COVID killed 2020 and probably the early part of 2021. I think that's the analogous part. That's the part.
Well, in fairness, Mr. Bernstein, if you had come in here with this declaratory ruling a month before COVID started, you would have already exceeded by 1.5 years the maximum the board has ever considered a vacant store to be continuously licensed. So I don't disagree with your right to come and ask the board to do something new and go beyond the year in this case, but it's not as if they've done that before, and I just wanted to make that clear.
I understand. I think that the critical point is that the space has been vacant. It was always going to be marketed as a restaurant. It had always been used as a restaurant, and there was no intervening use. I do want to add that I have done a number of these rulings, and I have submitted letters. I think in one instance, I was able to get an affidavit from the landlord. In this case, I do have a letter. If the form of the letter is of any concern, I am sure that I can get a detailed affidavit from the landlord if that will make a difference. I have no doubt that I can provide that to you.
I don't know. I mean,
Can we have 5 minutes with council, please? 2 minutes, not 5.
We're going to take a brief recess to discuss matters with council. So we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
All right.
Ready to vote?
Yes, so, given the number of years we've been in this pandemic, I'm going to vote to support the grandfathering of this location and consider it continuously licensed for the purpose of the 500-foot rule.
I'm going to vote to approve under for the same reasons.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to approve, but just so it's clear, I am, and I think the other two commissioners are as well, not extending this to 4+ years. It's because of the COVID situation, which obviously is heading to 2 full years shortly, that this extension from 1 year is basically going out. We are going further than we've gone before, and it's more like just over 2 years. It's not 4.5 years. As far as continuously licensed. So just so if anyone's watching this and thinking, oh, I can get a continuously licensed 5 years, that's not going to happen unless there is an intervening event such as major construction or what was the word you used for the hurricane?
I didn't use it, but I'll use it now. Force majeure.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is agenda number 71. That's AW Hospitality LLC.
Still has people there. How many got left, John? How many got left signed in?
Several.
Several?
Hi, thank you for hearing me. My name is Kevin Hushengi. I represent AW Hospitality LLC.
Where's your client?
No,
I am the client. I'm representing myself.
Oh, okay.
And where's your partner?
Which partner is that?
Casey?
Oh, Casey's not here today. Casey has COVID.
Why'd you say which partner?
Casey has COVID.
Right, but you said which partner?
Well, he's my only partner. I didn't know if you meant my wife or something like that.
Okay.
Lawyer.
Fine. Okay.
So we received a notice via email about this full board meeting, about there being a prescription on the license. It was
On the building.
On the building, yes. It was never presented to us that way from the landlord. He submitted
That's not, there's no prescription.
Can I clarify that? The prescription is a specific order that would take place, that would stop the place from being able to be licensed. That never happened here, but it also was not a surrender, okay? Which is, I think, what you or the landlord or somebody is arguing. This location was licensed by Up and Down, and the place was a disaster. It had many, many charges pending, and offered $250,000 in a fine to settle those charges. And then panicked at the last second that that would not work, and that their license might get revoked, and then their other businesses would also lose their licenses. So that the last second they offered cancellation and bond, and their license was canceled for the violations that took place there. That does not mean that no one else can license it. In fact, somebody could have licensed it the next day. But let's make no mistake about what problems existed there before, which I suppose are legitimate concerns for the board to have. So that's the actual history. But as far as a legal prescription on this place being licensed, that did not happen.
All right, so what are you gonna try, what are you opening there?
A restaurant, a steakhouse.
No security, you guys are gonna manage it, recorded live and DJ, no dancing, and you're gonna have 10 sellouts a year?
Correct.
And what's the DBA?
The DBA hasn't been established yet. It's going to be called Whiskey Rare.
Okay.
Yeah, that would get that approved, right?
Okay.
No, I think they just have to tell us, right?
They need to send in, we don't require a formal application. They need to send in a letter to us showing that the DBA has been filed with the Department of State.
Oh, it does have to be filed, okay. Okay. All right, and you agreed with the community board to shut 12 a.m. during the week and then 2 a.m. Wednesday through Saturday?
Yes.
No outdoor areas, no dancing, no promoted events, no events with a cover fee, no scheduled performances, and no velvet ropes or metal barricades. Those are all
Correct, no.
restrictions as you agreed to.
And then the
Yes.
DJ and the DJ and the live music, when it does happen, is gonna happen in the basement only?
Is that what the stipulation says?
I believe it is,
Tell
yes.
us.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what it says.
It's been a few months since we had.
Yeah, I believe that is what it says, yes.
That's fine then.
All right, I'm ready.
Just given the history here and the size of this location, would you be opposed to just having 2 security guards on the weekends? And especially when you have live music and DJ performances?
We would absolutely agree to that. I believe the community board had an issue with us having security guards there, though.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
I have no-
because they
I
don't
have-
want them to turn into a club, but it's kind of,
So
for
it's a
us,
two-edged
I'm more
sword,
interested
yeah.
in the safety of your patrons than you not
Yeah, the 500.
going outside of the bounds of what you're doing.
Well-
So, yeah, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, for the record, the reason that, we sometimes charge places for having security guards when they're not approved, but it's not because we're against security. It's because if you have security guards, you're opening up a different kind of place. And that's probably why the community board was against it. But we now have a description of what your business is, so we can address that issue.
Yeah.
All right, I'll agree with the security.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions: Sunday to Tuesday until midnight, Wednesday to Saturday until 2 a.m. I'm gonna bar you from using the DBA up and down, but I know you're using Whiskey Rare anyway, but I've been in a situation before where someone came in and just put to be determined of the DBA and then change it to what was there before, and I don't want that. But I know you're gonna call it Whiskey Rare in line with your other business, so I trust you. And it's gonna have, no dancing, no promoter, no promoted events, 10 private parties a year, recorded live and DJ music, and security personnel on Friday, as needed?
As needed, yeah.
As needed, I would put it as needed. But if you are in doubt, hire security guards, please.
Understood.
That location it's very problematic.
Commissioner Ford?
Based on everything that, the stipulations as so stated by CD, plus Commissioner Fan, plus the AOJ says that you've met the burden, so I'm going to vote to approve as well.
I'm gonna vote to approve as well under the same conditions.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year, guys.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year.
Next item is agenda number 102, that's Sunway Liquors, Inc.
Excuse me, which map? Which map?
102.
Which map? Sunway, yep. All right, good afternoon.
Did you
For the
just
sake
get, Mr. McCown, did you just get here?
No, I've been here for hours.
So you
Hours.
you heard my long speech to Mr. Mailer, I don't need to repeat it.
And I did. In my submission, Mr. Chairman, I actually mentioned that I did have a heart-to-heart with the licensee, amplifying all your concerns. For the sake of brevity, my submission is a mirror image of what Mr. Mailer had earlier today. Same
And we
fact
do
patterns.
Yes, thank you.
Accepted.
Yep, same
Thank
fact
you.
patterns. Family business, 48 years, no adverse. Stephen here, this course, he knows exactly what's going on. And it's my sincere opinion, there'll never be another issue or concern with Sunwave's operation.
All right, thank you, I accept.
Thank you very much.
I accept, thank you.
Thank you very much. You can take a seat.
Yep.
Run for your life.
You should thank Mr. Mailer for taking the heat for you.
I'll text him later.
All right.
Agenda number 56, that's Melrose Deli.
Unique fact pattern. I laid it out as best I could. I had to spend some time on this. You won't see this too often. It's a conditional no contest plea of a civil penalty.
I actually have seen this before.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, it shocked me at the time, but I'm sad to see it again.
As I mentioned, I had to read it 3 times. I wasn't sure I knew what I was reading, but it's what I've laid out. It's true, and I'm confident it won't repeat itself.
I'm going to accept, but we're going to check again, so please clear the minors out of there, family or not.
Understood, Commissioner Fan.
I'll accept as well.
It's a very industrious 14-year-old, though, I will say. I'll accept.
She'll be working for my office soon.
Yeah, can you see the 14-year-old slinging beer behind the deli counter?
Yes.
Next is agenda number 80, that's 48 Front Street Restaurant Corp.
Executive order violations, a little bit of a fact pattern. It was near closing. Licensee's not going to contest it. I requested the CNC be accepted $1,500.
Oh, I accept 1,500.
Accept.
Tom.
Next is agenda number 65, that's bar 13.
This is a default I picked up upon looking at the agenda on Thursday. This is the licensee principal, Thomas Sullivan. I was able to reach out to him before this weekend, and I had obtained some information from him. My application is to have this sent back to counsel's office. He never received the mailing. It's from events, which I need to learn more about myself from last New Year's Eve in 21. Nope, not 21, in 20. And some of what's in the paperwork received from counsel's office, what I thought would turn out to be an egregious case with a speakeasy operation, no masking, crowds. It turns out that's not the case. This was a rental of the location for a Zoom dance contest. There was no bar operating, no employees. Mr. Sullivan rented it out on a one-day, 3-hour event for a Zoom call, dancing between multiple cities, $9.95 to tap into the Zoom call. There were 2 dancers, and everyone here were essentially the sound, lighting, equipment engineers. Mr. Sullivan was there earlier, and he didn't participate. He was up in the office, and there was a 311 call for noise. It was a ghost town in the area, and it was obvious there were people inside, but it wasn't a speakeasy. No one was consuming, and I'm asking it be sent back to the counsel's office, and I'm confident I can work out something with them.
All right, I will send this back to counsel's office.
Can I ask, what's your address? Sir.
It's 35 East 13th Street, which is also known as
Your home
121.
address. Your home address. We send our pleadings to the home address. What's your home address?
No, don't ask.
Actually, no, don't put that on the record. That's a third point.
If I could interrupt, Mr. Council Meyerhoff, I've spoken to Mr. Sullivan about this, and in fact, I made him get a post office box today, which I'll be notifying the licensing of the new address for the post office box. He's on the 2nd floor. The mail's a mess, and it will no longer be a mess.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks for your courtesies, everyone. Best going forward.
Yep.
See ya.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Next is agenda number 46, it's ROSIERAE'S.
There he is.
You got introduced?
We watched you lurking in the back.
You guys work, man. You guys work. Frank Palillo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I don't know how you guys do it sometimes.
We get you at the end of the day, Frank, so we have that to look forward to.
The hope is that you're beaten up by this point.
We are.
All right, go ahead.
This is an offer and compromise of the Colby violation.
1,500, accept.
Accept, 1500.
Accept.
Agenda number 45, OMAR'S less LLC.
This is an offering compromise. I'm going to ask that it be held over to January 19th. My client could not get back to New York this morning.
That's fine.
Well, hold on a second. Since we're just gonna kick this down, I mean, if you wanna talk to him, I guess.
Yeah? Because they're at council, so bring them in.
I would like to have my client here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, well, I don't need to hear from him, but if you guys do, I'm fine.
We should just, I think we should just go here.
I mean, there's nowhere this is going, Mr. Palillo. This is gonna be canceled and you're gonna end up at hearings.
Like to have my client here?
Sir?
Oh, wait another week. That's fine. 119.
So back to council or 119?
119, but we should.
We're on the same page. We're all.
Yes.
All right.
Next is.
Did anybody get any documents from you yet?
From me?
From this licensee?
No, sir.
Because I read the email chain where you indicated what documents were asked for, and then I saw an email from several months before that made it clear what they were asking for, and we still haven't received them. How do you think that's going to work out for this guy if we don't get the documents we've asked for?
I'll go back and review the emails, but I don't think I can produce something that doesn't exist. And that's why I want my client here.
Business records from 1 year ago?
That's not what you said, Mr. Palillo. You didn't say the documents didn't exist.
If they don't exist, that's a bigger problem.
Okay, in order for me to properly defend myself, can we please
No.
specify specifically what documents you're referring to?
The email in which you asked what documents were requested, I believe is in the same chain as the request.
It is.
Well, I think there were numerous requests. It wasn't business records. I think you were requesting proof of non-availing.
Well,
right, it's an availing investigation.
I don't care what they were requesting. They didn't get any.
There's an availing investigation here. There's an availing charge.
All right, have the guy come in on the 19th, but I'm not going to waste much time on
I
it.
can't prove something that doesn't exist.
Next is agenda number 72. It's 565 West Side Cafe Court. It's a report on litigation.
I will accept 50.
Wait, hold on a second.
Oh, sorry.
This is what, Frank? Correct? You signed it for 72?
Are you standing up for Flynn on this?
This is my case, Your Honor. My case, Mr. Chairman. I'm the attorney of record for the authority.
Oh, I thought you were dealing with Flynn.
That's not why it's on before the board. We got a lawsuit filed by Mr. Flynn.
Excuse me, Mr. Flynn is here. It was Mr. Palillo. It was Mr. Palillo's client. That's the only reason he wanted to stand up. I'm here for the matter, if you wish.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just put it this way. I need authority from the board to resolve this matter, this litigation. The terms on which I would propose it be resolved is that as long as we receive the payment and an indication that the lawsuit has been discontinued by Monday, that the revocation be vacated, and essentially the reconsideration would essentially be granted. That was initially. The board is okay with that. I think
So
that's
it's to accept the 15,000.
correct.
Check.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you do that by Monday?
Yes, I can, Mr. Meyerhoff. And also, the other reason Mr. Palillo stepped up is because Mr. Palillo had the check. Can I have direction? Should I give this check to Jonathan, or should I have it sent or drop it downstairs? Where should this check go? Because I have it right here.
You get to mail it to the secretary's office.
Not a problem. Mr. Palillo will send that to the secretary's office immediately, or tomorrow.
Yeah. As long as you both don't charge him for the mail.
Okay, fine.
I wasn't letting go of it.
Everyone adopted.
Fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The last one I have signed in is agenda number 39, that's BOWEN Hospitality LLC.
Good afternoon and Happy New Year. I know it's been a long day. This matter is up here to determine whether the application is in the public convenience and advantage. We believe it is. This applicant has had a license since 2008 at a different location. During that time, in 2010 was his only violation. He has not had any violations since then over the last 11 years. He has shown that he's a qualified applicant. The community board approved this application with certain steps. There will be no live music. There's going to be no DJ, no use of promoters or karaoke. There's no outside area here being licensed. All windows and doors are going to be closed by 10 p.m. And the premise will not be used where it's rented out for a private event.
How is your client doing this business for $90,000?
Between rent, security, all the coverage, they were laid out in the application, all of the numbers and where the money was allocated.
Doesn't seem like enough money to me.
If you want, I can go into more detail on that. You'd have to put it over to the 19th, and I'd be happy to give you a budget for the project.
So the only, am I correct in saying the only reason this is here is because of the 500-foot hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
So, and I'm not picking on you because it's a common thing, but, and it's becoming too common, and it's unfortunate because this should have been done on the licensing board. But our ALJs do not get copies of the applications. So that public interest statement that you give, plus the questionnaire, is all they're really going on other than the history. And it has to be accurate or you're hurting yourself.
Yeah. I thought they had the questionnaire. I will make sure that they have it on every other application every other 500 foot. I've answered other ones on 500 foot's the same, and this is the only one I've ever had a problem with that answer, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
like I said, I'm not picking on you. It's happening though a lot with other people, but all right.
Well, I have now sincerely learned my lesson, so I'll make sure that's in every one from now on.
Hard to believe. What are the hours?
The hours that were approved by the community board were 11:30 a.m. to 4 a.m.
I don't see that in the community board letter.
That's what I have written down too.
That's what
No,
you have written down?
Yeah,
All
the
right,
community.
so okay, sir, I will vote to approve 4 a.m. across the board. Recorded music only, no private events, no promoter. I don't know how you're running a business until 4 a.m. with no security, but I'm gonna give you security as needed, just so that doesn't end up becoming a problem on the other side.
Actually, thank you. We appreciate that. Again, this was one of those issues like before where the community board didn't want the security, but we will put it on as needed. Thank you.
And Commissioner Ford.
Same here.
And Chairman Brown.
I'll do the same as well.
Thank you all very much. Have a very happy new year. I know you've had a long day.
All right.
Jonathan, I have nothing else signed in, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah, so Commissioner Ford can have a late dinner on both of you.
Oh, no.
Over the Tonight Show, I know.
All right, we have agenda number 30, that's basically make a decision on the public hearing on the proposed regulations for electronic pleadings.
Yeah, let me make a statement on the record about that. We did receive written comments and oral comments at the meeting we held previously that all of the comments concerned only one aspect of the proposed rule change. And it was a concern that some unstated number of licensees might not be savvy enough or checking email enough to catch being served by email with notices of pleadings. None of the responses quantified the number of people who they expected to be in this context unexpectedly defaulting. They also didn't address the fact that I think everyone who has a license needs to consult computers to see price postings, for example.
No, going forward, in order to deal with the SLA, they're going to have an email.
Yes, and as we mentioned, there is going to be a new protocol for all licensees across the industry to designate one email address for purposes of communicating with the State Liquor Authority on all kinds of matters, including application matters, disciplinary matters, etc. And then the final point that I will make is, even if there is a concern about defaults, it's hard to quantify what that concern would be, how pervasive it would be. There is a countervailing issue that the board needs to address, which is to update the technology of the agency for a number of purposes, including making people available to deal with license applications instead of mailings like this. And finally, in passing the regulation as drafted, it is additive, meaning the mail service will continue to be in the rule along with email service. So if for some reason in the future, after adopting email service exclusively, there is a rash of defaults that are unexpected, the board will be in a position to adjust to that and fashion a remedy that might include going back in whole or in part to mailing as opposed to emailing. So the risks that were pointed out in the comments would never be permanent under this proposed rule. With that, I'll stop talking.
All right, Donald.
And I'm going to vote in the affirmative to support the advisory as drafted.
Commissioner Ford
I approve as adopted as well as, yes.
and Chairman.
I'm voting to approve the new regulations as well.
Approve regulations separately.
As written, that's the word I was looking for.
Number 4, it's an offer of $2,000.
I accept 2,000.
2000 accept.
Accept.
Number 5, it's an offer of CNC offer of $1,500.
1,500 accept.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
Number 6, it's a CNC offer of $7,000.
7,000 accept.
7,000 accept.
Accept.
And number 7, it's a CNC offer of $6,000.
I'll accept 6,000.
6,000 accept.
Accept.
Number 8, it's a no contest.
I'm at 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000.
Chairman Brown.
1,000.
Number 9, it's a CNC offer of cancellation and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
Chairman Miller.
Accept.
Number 10, it's an offer of $5,000 civil penalty. The licensee will file a change in method of operation.
I'll accept 5,000 with the change in method of operation to add security guards.
Ditto.
I will accept as well.
Number 11 is an offer of cancellation and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. Accept.
Cancel and bond.
Numbers 13 and 14, it's an offer of cancellation and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Number 15, it's an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Numbers 16 and 17, it's a CNC offer of $6,000.
I will withdraw charge number 4 in the first proceeding because they are actually allowed to have hookah, shocking, and I will accept 6,000.
Wait, which charge?
Number 4 in the first proceeding.
Well, I think they didn't have a hookah permit. They
Yeah.
said they were going to have hookah in their application, but they didn't have a hookah permit.
I don't know why I created that. I thought
Because
that.
no, they misunderstood. They said they told us they were going to have hookah, which they did.
They told us they were gonna have hookah, but this is, the violation is because they were doing hookah without a permit, not a violation of their agreement with us.
All right, then don't withdraw number 4, 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
Number 18 is an offer of $1,500.
I'll accept 15.
Accept.
Accept.
19 is an offer of $1,000.
Accept 1,000.
Yeah, only because of no history, but I don't believe they were there on personal
Well,
consumption.
personal collection deal.
Yeah.
Accept as well.
Number 20 is an offer of $5,000.
I'll accept, but they need to stop using DJs. Otherwise, it's gonna be cancel and bond.
I'll accept as well.
Accept.
Number 21 is an offer of $3,000.
I'm gonna lower this to 2,000.
I was gonna accept, but what's the status of the license?
Yeah, it's expired.
It's expired long enough that it's not coming back.
Yeah.
So they're probably not gonna collect the money anyway, but we might.
All right, I'll do 2,000 as well.
2,000.
Number 22, it's an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Numbers 23 and 24 is an offer of cancellation and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
Number 25 is an offer of $2,000.
2,000, accept.
2,000 accept.
Accept.
26 is an offer of $6,500.
6,500, accept.
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 Number 27 is an offer of $10,000.
This will go back to council's
Yeah, we're
office.
gonna request this to come back to me, because there's another case from an earlier date that's going to be hearing in January. And I think the board should consider this after that case is resolved.
Thank you.
Council's office?
Commissioner Ford.
Yes.
Council's office.
Back to council.
Numbers 28 and 29 is an offer of $2,500.
I'll take 2,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Accept.
Number 30 is an offer of $7,000.
7,000, but please remove the liquor.
Yeah, they had a fake wall, concealed gambling. Just got licensed.
Yeah, it's bad.
I know. I'll accept. 7,000.
I'll accept. Board, why is this?
Number 31 is an offer of
Takes a while for
$6,000.
it.
6,000.
Which one was that? I'm sorry.
31.
6,000 accept.
Accept.
Number 32 is an offer of $10,500.
10,500.
Accept.
Accept.
Number 33 is an offer of $7,000.
7,000.
Accept.
Accept.
34 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Leave the bond already claimed. It says, in the adverse history, 1,000 in bond. So just accept, no bond?
They probably reinstated the bond.
Okay.
So we're 34. Cancel for.
Yeah, they reinstated the bond.
Yeah, they would have reinstated it by,
But if they're still alive, they have to.
All right.
that was back in 2019,
Mhm.
they would have had it restored by now.
Okay.
And Chair, you accepted, right?
Yes.
36 is an offer of $1,500.
Accept.
1,500, accept.
37 is an offer of $1,500.
1,500.
Accept.
Accept.
42, it's an offer of $1,300.
1,300.
Accept.
Accept.
47, it's an offer of 1,500.
1,500, accept.
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 Numbers 48 and 49, it's an offer of 3,500.
3,500, accept.
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 50, it's an offer of 6,000.
6,000, accept.
6,000, accept.
Accept.
51, it's an offer of 5,000.
This is going in circles. This is problematic. If they had violations when they were a restaurant and now they're getting violations because they moved to catering. So I don't know what to do. Doesn't seem like these people can really run.
I don't know. I think it's a little bit on the low end of things. I was gonna go to like 7,000.
All right, I'll counter at 10,000.
Okay, 10,000.
10,000.
52, it's an offer of 1,500.
1,500, accept.
1,500, accept.
Accept.
53 is an offer of 6,500.
6,500.
Accept.
Accept.
57 is no contest default.
I'm at 3,000.
3,000.
I was like canceling bond just to get their attention, but I'll do 3,000.
Numbers 58, 59, it's an offer of 7,000.
I would accept 7,000.
Accept.
Accept.
60 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500.
Accept.
Accept.
61 is no contest default pleading.
1,500.
At 500.
Well, I'll do 1,500.
1,500.
Did I say 500? I guess I said 15.
Yeah, 1,500.
I'll do 1,500.
62 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
62.
Yep.
Accept 1,500.
1,500.
63 is an offer of 4,000.
I'm going to counter at 10,000. This is the grocery store / restaurant.
Barbecue.
You said 10,000, Commissioner?
Yeah.
10,000.
10,000.
Number 64, it's a no contest.
1,000.
1,000?
Yep.
1,000.
1,000.
66, it's an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
Accept 2,000.
2,000.
67, it's a no contest default.
1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
68, it's a request for reconsideration.
Back to council's office.
Yes. You need to grant the reconsideration.
Oh, sorry, grant reconsideration. Back to council's office.
And indicate the false.
I'll do the same.
Same here.
Number 74, 75, and 76, an offer of 5,000.
5,000, accept.
5,000, accept.
Accept.
77, it's an offer of 6,000.
6,000, accept.
6,000, accept, based on history.
Accept.
78, it's an offer of 3,000.
3,000.
3,000, accept.
Accept.
79, it's a no contest default here.
I'm at 7,000.
7,000.
7,000.
81, that's Salvatore's CORP. We actually got, Secretary's office got an email from the attorney requesting an adjournment to January 19th.
What attorney?
That was Burke, wasn't it?
Okay.
Thomas Burke.
Thomas Burke.
Stacy Weiss's associate.
I was gonna ask for this back anyway.
Okay, hold, you want it back or you want to hold it over?
Yeah, let's hold it over to the,
119.
yeah, if I can't figure out what we need to do on this by then, we'll let them know. We'll be back first.
Yes, yes, sir.
Chairman,
I will do the same.
over 119. Number 82 is a new contract.
Yeah, this one, the licensee was, caught with alterations in a completely different method from what he was approved for, and his no contest does not reflect in any way what he's done or will do about that.
Yeah.
So, I would suggest to the members that they need to see this guy.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't really have faith in the situation when the licensee does not recall what store he purchased the liquor from, and he is not running the business, admittedly. So let's try to bring him in, 119, otherwise it's probably a cancel.
Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
Chairman Brass.
I'll do the same. Adjourn to 119.
Number 83, it's a no contest, you fought pleading.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, resales to minors and 2 untapped cigarettes charges all in 4 years.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford?
I was at 15,000.
I'm a cancel and bond too, he defaulted.
Change mine to cancel and bond. Sorry about that, Ronald.
It's okay. It's okay. Number 84 is an offer of 2,000.
I believe we told her that anything else, she's gonna get a cancel.
We did. The charges for 3 people in the kitchen not wearing masks.
Yeah, and so I will take the 2,000, but my gosh.
2,000 accept.
Might have been hot in there, I guess.
Chairman Brass.
I'll accept.
85, it's an
What do you
offer of
do?
$5,000 and close midnight Sunday to Thursday, close midnight Sunday through Thursday, 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Okay, I will accept.
Commissioner Ford?
Accept.
Accept.
Ever been in that one? Chairman?
I have.
Captain Kid's in now. That looks a little rough though, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit rough.
86 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000 accept.
2,000 accept.
Accept.
Numbers 87 and 97. This is a no contest, we fought at hearing.
Yikes.
Yeah, this is 3 untaxed cigarettes. The second after they were suspended 3 years, and the third after they were suspended 5 years. And they apparently pleaded not guilty and then they didn't show up. And it was already all like sale of life.
Oh gosh. It's just so not worth it. I'm only gonna take a monetary fine because the volume is very small. I mean, overall, there's less than 6 cartons found in the 3 incidents, but it's really not worth it. 20,000.
Commissioner Ford?
20,000.
Chairman Brass.
20,000.
20,000. Numbers 88 and 89, it's an offer of 7,500.
7,500.
Accept.
Accept.
90, it's a no contest, he fought at pleading.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Numbers 91 and 92, offer of 2,000.
2,000.
Accept.
Accept.
93 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000 accept.
2,000.
94 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
Numbers 95 and 96 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
Accept.
Accept.
Number 99, which is a new on-premises liquor license.
And since this is now 10% across the board,
Yeah, it's not signed though, so if you're okay with this, were we otherwise okay with this license? I don't remember.
I believe so.
Yes.
It's Bluestone Lane.
Right.
Yeah, it was just the percentage.
So I think you should make it contingent upon, delivery of the executed amendment as presented.
Okay, so I will vote to approve as applied for with the condition that they send a signed amendment to the contract.
The one presented.
Yes, the one, yes.
Same here.
I'll do the same.
Number 100 is an offer cancellation bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
101 is an offer 1,500.
1,500.
100 accept.
Accept.
Numbers 103, 104, and 105, offer 20,000.
I'm gonna accept 20,000.
Should be canceled, but I'll accept.
Okay.
I'll accept.
Number 106 is an offer of 2,000.
So with Bob Romano's case, I'm surprised he wasn't, he didn't sign in for it. Did he sign in for it?
Oh, because you know they're problematic.
It's not.
This is a huge problem. You know,
106 you are?
Let's go off the record for a second.
We're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. Back on the record after a brief conference with council.
I'm gonna counter at 4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
107 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000.
Accept.
6,000.
108, it's a no contest default equity rate.
2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
110 is an offer of 1,500.
Oh, accept 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
1,500. Yep.
111, that's an offer of 1,500.
I'll take 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
112 is an offer of cancellation.
Cancellation.
Cancel. For the record, accept.
Cancel for the record.
114 is a new package store application.
I'm actually really surprised they didn't show up.
Where is Wayne?
Wayne County is between Syracuse and.
Up on the lake, right?
Right on the lake.
Yep.
Lake Ontario.
This place is like literally. right
Oh,
on-
so does Point.
I mean, I wanted to give it to them, but I had some questions because they both said that they will manage, but at the same time, they will both continuing their current business, so.
Right, and I don't want to kick it out. That's, and then if we do a recon, it's going to create work. So just put this over, Tom, and contact them.
Let's put this over down.
119.
I'm sorry. Donald, I'm sorry. I'm more sorry for Donald.
You should be sorry for the licensing bureau staff.
Oh, yeah. We had no choice.
Yes, absolutely.
115, it's a change in method of operation.
This is a restaurant that now wants 4 a.m. and there's no real explanation, so I'm gonna vote to deny. And she didn't
Did
show
you
up.
see in the supplementary that they got a no comment from the community for it?
They misled us. The applicant says they got a letter of no objection.
Yes,
The guy was a letter of no comment. I think that's two different things.
Slightly.
So it's only been open a year and they want all this. All right, yeah, I'm going to deny.
The money is
Deny.
116, it's another change in method of operation.
Are you guys okay with this?
Yeah.
Yeah? At live music? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was just because there's no adverse history.
Yeah, they have karaoke and they've been okay.
Okay.
And no protest.
Okay.
They already got live, don't they?
Well, no one protests these, right? I mean, what protest did they have?
Yeah, they wouldn't be notified.
This place was on, Bar Rescue.
It was on what?
The show Bar Rescue? Not this licensee, I don't believe, but this location.
You watched that show?
Yeah, I see many places in New York pop up.
He likes it when they yell at the owners of bars.
Well, that's my management style.
That guy does.
I never thought of that, you're right.
Makes
All
them
right.
cry.
All right. I'm gonna vote to approve then.
Tom thinks the guys are roll on.
Approved.
122, that's offer 1,500.
1,500.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
122 feet, it's an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
Accept.
Accept.
Which was the one where they went to the hotels?
I didn't never watch the show.
No, that's all I got.
There was another one.
Yeah, we're done. Thank you all.
There's another one where they went to hotels.